Welcome to the audiobook edition of Beyoncé, Sound, Style, and Power. There are figures who occupy popular culture, and then there are forces that fundamentally rearrange its landscape. This is the story of the latter. Across the sweeping chapters of this work, we trace a trajectory that is unparalleled in modern cultural history. A journey that begins in the sprawling, unapologetic city of Houston, Texas, and ascends to the absolute apex of global creative sovereignty. Before the stadium lights, the historic accolades, and the singular name known across continents, there was a quiet, watchful child absorbing the rhythms of the Fourth Ward and the communal energy of her mother's hair salon. It was a foundation built on intense discipline, family sacrifice, and an early education in both victory and devastating defeat. From the grueling talent show circuits of the American South emerged the tight, athletic harmonies of Destiny's Child, a group that weathered industry fractures, intense media scrutiny, and shifting lineups to deliver the defining female anthems of a new millennium. But as the world would soon discover, this collective triumph was merely the prologue. Stepping onto the solo stage, she unleashed a creative vision too vast for any single container to hold. We chronicle the evolution of a complete artist. From the breathless, horn-driven detonation of her early solo work to the psychological defense architecture of alter egos. From the radical, midnight visual disruptions that forever broke the traditional album rollout to the raw, cinematic excavations of marital and societal trauma. In her most recent eras, this journey transcends standard pop stardom entirely, transforming into an act of profound cultural archaeology, reclaiming the Black and queer roots of electronic dance music, restoring the erased Black lineage of the American West, and establishing a three-act masterwork of historic proportions. This audiobook is more than a timeline of chart-topping hits and multi-platinum certifications. It is an analytical study of power, ownership, and authorship. It is the story of how a visionary artist wrested control of her masters, her image, and her destiny from an industry designed for disposability, constructing an independent empire and a family legacy that will outlast the music itself. Sit back, listen, and immerse yourself in the definitive account of a dynasty in motion. Chapter 1: Houston Roots and Star Trek, 1981 to 1996. There is a city in Texas that does not apologize for itself. Houston sprawls across the Gulf Coast plain with a confidence that feels almost geological, as though the land itself decided long ago that it would not be contained. The air is thick and warm for most of the year, pressing against the skin like a second garment, carrying with it the mingled scents of jasmine and industry, of barbecue smoke and summer rain on hot concrete. It is a city of contradictions and ambitions, of oil money and gospel churches, of third ward soul food kitchens sitting just miles from gleaming medical towers. It is a city that produces things, energy, culture, food, sound, and sends them outward into the world without ceremony or hesitation. And in the autumn of 1981, on the 4th of September, Houston produced something that the world would spend decades trying to fully comprehend. Beyoncé Giselle Knowles arrived into this world quietly, in the way that all great forces tend to arrive, without immediate fanfare, without any outward signal of what was to come. She was born to Matthew Knowles and Celestine Tina Beyoncé Knowles, a couple whose own story was written in ambition and elegance, in the particular kind of Southern striving that understands that beauty and discipline are not opposites but partners. Matthew was a Xerox sales executive, a man who understood numbers and persuasion, who had grown up in the segregated South and carried within him a fierce and practical hunger for achievement. Tina was something else entirely, a woman whose hands knew the language of fabric and needle, who could look at a woman and understand immediately what she was meant to wear, who ran a salon and built, through sheer force of taste and talent, a clientele that trusted her completely. Together, they created a home in which excellence was not demanded so much as it was simply assumed. It was the water in which their children swam. Beyoncé grew up in the Freedmen's Town neighborhood of Houston's Fourth Ward, a place whose name itself carries the full weight of American history. Freedmen's Town was established after the Civil War by formerly enslaved people who built, with their own hands and their own money and their own extraordinary will, a self-sufficient community complete with churches, businesses, and schools. The streets were laid with bricks that the residents themselves had made, and those bricks, worn smooth by a century and a half of footsteps, still exist beneath the pavement of some of those streets today, pressed down under the modern city like a secret the city keeps from itself. To grow up in the shadow of Freedmen's Town was to grow up surrounded by a particular kind of legacy, one that said quietly and insistently that you came from people who built things from nothing, who refused to be erased, who understood that survival and creation were the same act. The Knowles family eventually moved to the suburb of Brentwood, and then to a modest house in a neighborhood that reflected Matthew's rising fortunes at Xerox. But the roots remained, as roots do, reaching down through the surface of the newer life into the older soil. Tina's salon, which would eventually become Headliner's hair salon, was a gathering place, a place where women came not only to be made beautiful but to talk, to laugh, to exchange the particular currency of communal knowledge that has always flowed through Black beauty spaces. Young Beyoncé grew up in and around that salon, absorbing its rhythms, its performances of femininity, its understanding that how you present yourself to the world is a form of power. She watched women transform. She watched her mother make them feel seen. There was a sister too, Solange, born nearly 5 years later, who would grow into her own remarkable force of musical nature. But in those early years, the Knowles household centered itself around the unfolding mystery of Beyoncé, around the question of what exactly this child was and what she was becoming. She was quiet in certain ways, watchful, a child who observed before she spoke. But when she was in motion, when music was present, when a rhythm entered the room, something changed in her. She moved differently. She inhabited the sound. The discovery came, as so many of the most important discoveries do, almost by accident, or at least by the sideways logic of a child's ordinary day. Beyoncé was around 7 years old when her dance teacher at school noticed something. The class was moving, doing what children in dance classes do, approximating the steps, some with more grace than others, most of them enjoying the simple pleasure of permission to move. But one child was doing something different. One child was not just following the movement, but hearing something inside it, something the others could not quite access. The teacher saw it immediately. She called Tina Knowles. It was not only the dancing. The teacher had heard her sing. And when Beyoncé sang, even then, even at 7, even in the scrubbed provisional voice of childhood, there was something present that training could refine but could not manufacture. It was a quality of conviction, of total inhabitation of the melody, as though the song were not something external she was performing, but something internal she was finally releasing. Some children learn to sing. Some children, very rarely, arrive already knowing something about it that cannot be taught, some primal relationship with pitch and breath and feeling that exists prior to instruction. Beyoncé was one of those children. Tina and Matthew enrolled her in formal vocal training and dance lessons, and the Knowles household began its slow reorganization around the gravity of their daughter's talent. This is not a small thing. To recognize in your child something that exceeds ordinary parental pride, to understand that what you are witnessing is not just the precocious enthusiasm of a child, but something that carries a specific and serious weight, something that will require sacrifice and strategy and the willingness to remake your life around someone else's gift. Matthew Knowles, the salesman, began to think about this the way he thought about sales, systematically, methodically, with a long view and a refusal to be discouraged by the slow work of building toward something large. Beyoncé began competing in talent shows. This is the part of the story that tends to be told quickly, as though it is merely prologue, as though what matters is only what came later. But the talent show circuit of Houston in the late 1980s and early 1990s deserves its own attention, its own careful consideration. These were not glamorous events. They were held in school auditoriums and community centers, in church fellowship halls and local theaters, under fluorescent lights that revealed every imperfection of both performer and stage. The audiences were parents and neighbors and judges who took their responsibilities with varying degrees of seriousness. The other children competing were, many of them, also extraordinary. Houston was and remains a city of enormous musical talent, and the competition was real and sometimes fierce. Beyoncé entered this world and began to learn something that no amount of natural talent can provide. She began to learn what it means to perform, which is different from what it means to sing or to dance. Performance is a relationship between the person on the stage and the people watching, between the interior experience of the artist and the exterior presentation of that experience, between vulnerability and control. A child performer either develops an instinct for this relationship or does not, and many do not, retreating into themselves under the pressure of the audience's gaze or performing a kind of exaggerated mimicry of adult performance styles that feels hollow and slightly sad. Beyoncé did neither. She found the relationship and settled into it as though she had always known it was there. She won. She won consistently, compulsively, at levels that began to attract genuine attention. There is a story, told in various forms by those who were present, of a talent show in which she won first place against competitors many years her senior, adults with fully formed voices and years of experience, and did so without apparent effort, or rather with the specific kind of effort that has been so completely internalized that it no longer reads as effort at all. The judges looked at each other. What do you do with that? What do you do when a child walks out and does something that most adults cannot do, and does it with a composure that suggests she has been doing it for lifetimes? Matthew was watching all of this. He was watching and calculating, not in a cold or exploitative way, but in the way that a man who understands systems and markets watches a phenomenon and begins to ask what would happen if you gave it proper infrastructure. He began to manage her career with increasing seriousness, which meant managing a child's career with the attention and strategy that most managers reserve for adult artists. He researched the industry. He made phone calls. He began to understand that the path from Houston talent shows to something larger and more permanent was not a straight line but a maze, and that navigating it would require the willingness to be rejected many times before finding the door that opened. It was around 1990 that the first version of what would eventually become Destiny's Child began to take shape, though it went by different names in those early years and wore different configurations, like a band still trying to find its own face in the mirror. The initial group was called Girls' Time, and it was assembled by Matthew and by a local music producer named Lonnie Jackson, who saw in Beyoncé something similar to what her teachers had seen and wanted to build something around it. The group was a six-piece, which already tells you something about how these things begin, with more parts than are ultimately needed, with the understanding that the process of becoming is also the process of narrowing, of finding the essential shape inside the excess material. The girls who came together in Girls' Time were not simply assembled, they were trained. They rehearsed with the seriousness that most adults do not bring to their work, in Matthew's living room, in parking lots, in any space that would hold them and their sound. There was choreography to learn and relearn until it lived in the muscles rather than the mind, until the body could execute it without consulting the brain, freeing attention for the face and the voice and the relationship with the audience. There was vocal arrangement to master, the intricate geometry of harmonies, the way voices can either support or undermine each other, and the difference between those two outcomes being sometimes a single degree of pitch or intention. There was performance itself to practice, the walk onto the stage, the stillness before the music starts, the control of breath and space, and the audience's expectation. Beyoncé was the center of this enterprise, not by decree but by gravity. She was not the oldest or the loudest, but she was the one around whom the others oriented themselves, the one who seemed to know where the song was going before it arrived. She had the quality that leaders in any field eventually develop or discover within themselves. The quality of certainty, or at least of the appearance of certainty, which in performance is functionally the same thing. When she stepped forward, the space around her rearranged itself. The parents of these children were involved in ways that parents of young performers always must be, driving to rehearsals and waiting in cars and making sacrifices of time and money that are rarely acknowledged or understood by those outside that particular kind of family life. Tina Knowles made costumes. This is important. This is not a small detail. She sat at a sewing machine and produced, out of fabric and thread and an innate understanding of visual impact, the outfits that her daughter and the other girls would wear on stage. These were not approximations of costumes. They were real costumes, thoughtful costumes, costumes that understood what they were supposed to do, which was to signal to an audience, before a single note had been sung, that what they were about to witness was serious, was prepared, was worthy of their attention. Tina's costumes were an argument. They said, "Look at us. We belong here." In 1992, something happened that would become one of the foundational stories of the Beyoncé mythology, the kind of story that in retrospect seems to contain the whole future within it, compressed and waiting. Girls' Time was selected to appear on Star Search, the popular television talent competition that was at that time one of the primary national stages for young performing talent. This was significant. This was the largest audience the group had ever faced, an audience that existed not just in a room but in living rooms across the country, watched by people who had no investment in the outcome, no hometown loyalty, no obligation to be kind. The girls prepared. They rehearsed in ways that made their previous rehearsals seem casual. The choreography was tightened until it was exact, every gesture arriving on its appointed beat with the precision of a mechanism. The song, a rap-inflected number that reflected the early 90s moment in which they were working, was performed until it was beyond performance, until it was simply what their bodies did when the music started. Matthew flew with them to Los Angeles, to the television studio with its controlled light, and its cameras, and its careful management of the dream of fame, and the girls stood in the wings and waited and then walked out into the light. They lost. This is the part of the story that most tellings rush past, as though the loss is an embarrassing detail to be acknowledged briefly before moving on to the victories that followed. But the loss on Star Search was not incidental to Beyoncé's story. It was essential to it. She was 11 years old, and she had worked harder than many adults ever work at anything, and she had stood in front of a national television audience, and the judges had given their points to someone else. The other act, a young performer named Skeleton Crew who played rock music, had a different kind of energy, a different kind of appeal to a different kind of audience sensibility, and the points went their way, and Girls' Time went home. How do you explain to a child that the work was good enough, but the outcome was not in your favor? How do you explain the gap between excellence and victory, the fact that these two things, which we are taught from childhood to believe are the same, are in fact entirely different, subject to entirely different forces? Tina and Matthew had to navigate this conversation, had to sit with their daughter in the aftermath of her first significant public failure, and help her understand what it meant without letting it break something essential in her. Beyoncé has said in interviews over the years that the loss was devastating. She was a child, and she had given everything she had, and it had not been enough, or rather it had been enough in terms of effort and talent, but not enough in terms of outcome. And understanding the difference between those two things is one of the primary educations that serious artists must undergo. What is remarkable is what did not happen. She did not stop. The group did not dissolve. Matthew did not look at the loss and conclude that the enterprise was misguided. Instead, something clarified. The loss on Star Search functioned as a kind of diagnostic. It revealed what needed to be different, what needed to be strengthened, what the gap was between where they were and where they needed to be. Matthew, ever the systems thinker, treated it as data. The data said, more work. The data said, refine. The data said, the world is not going to come to you, and you are going to have to become undeniable. Matthew made a decision that would prove consequential in ways that could not have been fully anticipated at the time. He left his job at Xerox. This is not a small thing to acknowledge. He had a salary and a career and a family to support, and he walked away from the stability of that to manage his daughter's career full-time. People who knew him at the time have described this decision as either visionary or reckless, depending on their temperament and their relationship to risk, but it was certainly absolute. He believed, with the kind of belief that does not leave room for a backup plan, that Beyoncé was going to be one of the most significant artists of her generation. He was not wrong. But he could not have known that then, not with certainty. He was making a bet, and the bet was his entire professional life. With Matthew now fully devoted to the project, the training intensified. The group continued to rehearse, continued to perform on the local circuit, continued to refine and tighten and improve. Beyoncé's voice was deepening, not just in terms of range, but in terms of character. It was developing the particular texture that would eventually make it unmistakable, that quality of simultaneous power and vulnerability, of silk over iron, of something that could break your heart and hold you together at the same time. Her control was becoming extraordinary. She could shape a phrase with a sophistication that belonged to an adult artist, could find the emotional truth inside a lyric and transmit it cleanly, without ornamentation obscuring the feeling. The group's composition shifted during these years, as members came and went, as the configuration searched for its optimal form. This was sometimes painful. Relationships formed and then severed, girls who had worked hard and believed in the enterprise finding themselves outside it. The business of group pop music is, at its core, a business. And businesses make decisions based on what works and what does not, and those decisions have human costs. Matthew navigated these costs with the clarity of someone who has decided that the destination justifies the discomforts of the journey, and Beyoncé moved through them with a focus that was itself a form of discipline. Houston in the early 1990s was alive with a musical culture that was in the process of inventing itself. The city's hip-hop scene was developing what would eventually be recognized as its own distinct sound, slower, more deliberate, deeply bass-heavy, rooted in a local tradition of street performance and party culture that had its own rules and its own aesthetics. Beyoncé was absorbing all of this, was shaped by it, even as she was being shaped by the formal vocal training and the choreography sessions and the endless rehearsals. You cannot grow up in Houston without carrying Houston in your voice, in your sense of rhythm, in your understanding of how music and community relate to each other. The city got into her, the way cities get into their children, quietly and permanently, beneath the level of conscious choice. She attended the High School for the Performing and Visual Arts, a magnet school that drew serious young artists from across Houston and treated their artistic development with the same rigor that other schools applied to mathematics or science. Here she was surrounded, perhaps for the first time, by peers who took their art as seriously as she took hers, by a community of young people who understood from the inside what it meant to be working towards something specific and demanding. She studied music seriously, formally, with teachers who knew their subjects deeply and expected their students to know them too. She learned theory and history alongside performance, learned to understand the architecture of the music she was making, not just its surface. But school was, in some ways, secondary to the larger education that was happening outside it. The rehearsals continued. The performances continued. The network of relationships that Matthew was building, phone calls and meetings with producers, conversations with people who knew people, the slow, patient construction of the infrastructure that a music career requires, was developing in the background of Beyoncé's adolescence. She was growing up inside an enterprise, which is a different kind of growing up than most people experience, which produces a different kind of person, more focused in certain ways, more accustomed to discipline and delayed gratification, more fluent in the language of professional ambition. There is a quality that emerges in young people who are seriously engaged with a demanding art form before they reach adulthood, a quality that is difficult to name but easy to recognize. It has something to do with the relationship between the private self and the performing self, with the early development of an understanding that these two things are related but not identical, that the person you are off stage and the person you are on stage are in dialogue with each other but do not have to be the same. Most people only begin to develop this kind of self-consciousness, this capacity for managed self-presentation, in late adolescence or early adulthood. Performers who begin young develop it earlier, and it becomes one of the tools they carry into their adult creative lives. The ability to be simultaneously inside and outside the performance, to feel and to observe the feeling, to be moved and to direct the movement. Beyoncé was developing this capacity in the Houston of the early 1990s, in church basements and school auditoriums, under the gaze of judges and audiences who held their attention or withheld it according to laws that she was learning, slowly and through experience, to understand and eventually to command. She was becoming, in the most precise sense of the word, a professional, not because she was being paid, which she mostly was not, but because she was developing a professional's relationship to her craft, a professional's understanding of what the work requires and what the work gives back. The group that rehearsed in Matthew's living room in those years, in the various configurations it wore before settling into what would eventually become Destiny's Child, was doing something that is easy to underestimate. They were not just rehearsing songs. They were developing a collective performance intelligence, a shared understanding of how to inhabit a stage together, how to move in relation to each other, how to support and amplify each other's strengths while covering each other's vulnerabilities. This is a skill that professional groups spend years developing, and the girls of what would become Destiny's Child were doing it as children, which meant that when they finally emerged onto the national stage, they would carry within them years of this practice, this deep collective fluency that would read to audiences simply as extraordinary chemistry. Matthew had his eye on something specific. He was not interested in regional success, in being the best group in Houston, in winning Texas talent shows, and calling it a career. He understood the music industry well enough to know that what he was working with, the particular combination of talent and work ethic and visual appeal, and the raw magnetism that his daughter seemed to generate effortlessly, was the kind of material that could be made into something lasting, something that did not require the qualifier of regional or local or almost. He was thinking about major labels. He was thinking about national reach. He was thinking, in the way that people who eventually succeed tend to think, not about where they were, but about where they were going. He made contact with producers in Atlanta, which in the early 1990s was fast becoming the center of Black popular music in America, the city where the decisions about what would be heard and how were being made with increasing frequency and authority. He flew the girls to Atlanta for showcases, for meetings with people who had the power to open doors that no amount of local success could open. Some of these meetings went nowhere. Some of them planted seeds that would not germinate until later. The process of being seen by the industry is its own kind of education. It teaches you quickly and without much sentiment what the industry is actually looking for, what the gap is between what you have and what they want, what you need to change, and what you need to protect. Through all of this, Tina Knowles was the emotional architecture of the enterprise. If Matthew provided the strategy and the drive, Tina provided something harder to quantify, but equally essential: the warmth, the groundedness, the insistence that her daughter remain, beneath all the preparation and ambition and striving, a person rather than a product. She was present at rehearsals and performances. She made the costumes and the meals and the space for her daughter to be a child, even while the child was being systematically prepared for something that most children never approach. The balance she maintained between supporting an extraordinary ambition and protecting an ordinary childhood was itself a kind of artistry, and it shaped Beyoncé in ways that would become visible much later, in the quality of her adult character, in her capacity for both total commitment to her craft and genuine connection to the people around her. By the mid-1990s, the group had found its essential shape. It was no longer 6 girls. It was moving toward the 4 and eventually 3 that would define its final form. The sound had been refined through years of rehearsal and performance into something that had its own identity, its own character. Not just a collection of talented young women singing harmonies, but a group with a specific aesthetic, a specific energy, a specific relationship to its audience. Beyoncé was 16, 17, growing up inside the enterprise that her parents had built around her talent, becoming, through discipline and failure and recovery and the daily practice of her craft, the thing that she had always, in some fundamental sense, already been. The record deal was coming. They could feel it the way you feel a weather change before it arrives, the shift in atmospheric pressure that tells you something large is moving toward you. The auditions and the showcases and the demo recordings and the phone calls and the meetings were accumulating into something, were building toward a threshold that, once crossed, would change everything. Houston, that enormous sprawling Gulf Coast city that does not apologize for itself, was about to release one of its most extraordinary creations into the larger world. But that release was still ahead of her. In the mid-1990s, Beyoncé Knowles was a teenager in Texas, riding in the back seat of her father's car between rehearsals, her voice already extraordinary, her work ethic already legendary among those who had witnessed it, her sense of herself still forming, still being shaped by everything she was absorbing and everything she was working toward. She was becoming. And the becoming was everything. The early mornings and the late nights, and the stages that were too small, and the judges who sometimes did not understand what they were looking at, and the losses that had to be metabolized into fuel, and the wins that were celebrated and then set aside in favor of the next challenge. This was the foundation. Not glamorous, not inevitable seeming from the inside, not marked by the confidence that retrospect lends to stories of success. Just work and talent, and a family that had decided to build something, and a girl at the center of it all who was learning, one performance at a time, who she was. Chapter 2, The Destiny's Child Ascent, 1997 to 2000. There is a moment somewhere between ambition and arrival, when the world has not yet learned your name, but you have already decided what it will mean. For Beyoncé Giselle Knowles, that moment stretched across the final years of the 20th century like a long golden thread, taut with possibility, vibrating with everything she had worked toward since she first stepped onto a stage as a small girl in Houston, Texas, her voice too large for her body, her desire too vast for any single room to contain. By the time 1997 arrived, Beyoncé was 16 years old. She was not, by conventional standards, a teenager in any ordinary sense of the word. She did not drift through her days with the casual indifference that youth sometimes permits. There was no idle wandering for her, no long afternoons spent wondering what she might one day become. She already knew. She had known for years. The question had never been whether she would make it. She had settled that in her own mind long before anyone else had been given the opportunity to believe in her. The question was how and when and with what force she would arrive. The group that would carry her to that arrival was a quartet called Girls' Time, which had since evolved and reformed, shedding members and adding them, reshaping itself the way all young things do when they are still in the process of becoming. By this point, the group had narrowed itself down to 4 young women: Beyoncé, LaToya Luckett, Latavia Roberson, and Kelly Rowland. Kelly had been a constant. She had been there from the very beginning, from the days of plates and talent shows and Saturday rehearsals in the Knowles living room. Kelly was not merely a bandmate. She was something closer to a sister, and the bond between the two of them had the kind of depth that does not come from contracts or convenience, but from years of shared dreaming. Matthew Knowles, Beyoncé's father, had taken on the role of manager with a seriousness that bordered on the absolute. He was a man who had left behind a career in medical equipment sales to devote himself entirely to the musical ambitions of his daughter and her group. And he brought to that endeavor the same disciplined intensity he had once brought to the corporate world. He understood the music industry, not from the inside, but from the outside, which meant he studied it with the hungry attention of someone who knows that knowledge is the only currency available to those who have not yet been let through the door. He negotiated. He pursued. He knocked on doors that did not open, and then came back the following week and knocked again. The door that finally opened belonged to Columbia Records, one of the most storied labels in the history of American music. It was a name that carried weight, real weight, the kind that had been accumulating since the early decades of the 20th century, since the days of legends and landmarks and recordings that had changed the shape of what popular music could be. To sign with Columbia was to be placed within a tradition, to join a lineage. It was also, more practically, to be given access to resources that an independent operation simply could not provide: proper studios, proper producers, proper promotion, and the institutional belief that what you had to offer was worth investing in. The signing, when it came, was not an explosion. It was not the cinematic breakthrough that the years of waiting had perhaps made it feel like it ought to be. It arrived instead with the quieter weight of something real, the signing of papers, the handshakes, the beginning of something that would take time to fully unfold. The group had been renamed by then. They were no longer Girls' Time. They had passed through other names along the way, Destiny, something fresh, before landing on the name that would define them, Destiny's Child. The name had come from a passage in the book of Isaiah, found by Tina Knowles, Beyoncé's mother, in the pages of the Bible she kept close. There was something in it that felt right, a sense of purpose, of fate moving toward its proper conclusion. The Columbia deal came with expectations, as all such deals do. The label had not signed 4 teenagers from Houston out of pure charity. They had signed them because they believed there was something there, a sound, an energy, a commercial instinct that could be shaped and polished into something the market would respond to. And so the work began. The real work. The work that happens not on stage, but in studios and conference rooms, in the careful and sometimes contentious process of making an album that satisfies both the artists who are pouring themselves into it and the business that needs it to sell. Their first album, simply titled Destiny's Child, began to take shape through 1997 and into 1998. It was a product of collaboration, Beyoncé and her bandmates working alongside a collection of producers and songwriters who were themselves skilled navigators of the late 90s R&B landscape. The sound was contemporary without being cold. It had warmth in it, and rhythm, and something that could only come from 4 young women who had been singing together long enough that their voices knew how to find one another, how to lock in and harmonize with the intuitive ease of people who share a musical language. The lead single was called No, 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 and it arrived in 1998 with a kind of irresistible momentum. The song existed in 2 versions, an up-tempo part produced by Vincent Herbert, and a slower, more languid version helmed by Wyclef Jean, who brought to it his own particular brand of Caribbean-inflected groove. The Wyclef version was the one that caught fire on radio, and once it caught, it burned with steady, relentless heat. The song climbed the charts, not just the R&B charts where it felt at home, but the broader Billboard Hot 100, which was the wider world, the larger room, the place where a group becomes something more than a regional phenomenon and begins to step into the broader American consciousness. It is worth pausing here to consider what it felt like to hear that song in early 1998. The radio landscape of that era was rich and competitive. There was no shortage of talent, no shortage of ambition, no absence of young women with beautiful voices making music that people wanted to hear. And yet Destiny's Child cut through. There was something distinct about the way Beyoncé's voice led the melody, a quality that was at once girlish and assured, tender and controlled. She was 16 when much of this was recorded. 16, and already possessing a vocal authority that most singers spend entire careers chasing. The album followed the single Into the World and performed solidly, respectably. It did not redefine anything. It did not shatter records. But it established the group as a real presence, as something more than a promising act waiting to be proven. It proved them, at least enough to ensure that there would be a next chapter. In the music industry, that is not a small thing. Many acts sign their first deal and never reach a second album. Destiny's Child had arrived, survived, and been given the permission to continue. That continuation came with its own complications. The business of being a recording artist is not only a business of music, it is a business of personalities and contracts and competing interests. And the management structure that surrounded Destiny's Child had begun to create friction that would, in time, become impossible to contain. Matthew Knowles was not simply a manager. He was Beyoncé's father. And while his commitment to his daughter's success was absolute, and his management instincts had proven themselves effective, the dual nature of his role was not without its tensions. For LaToya and Latavia, who did not share a bloodline with the man making decisions about their careers, those tensions were felt differently, more acutely, with a sense of distance that the Knowles family connection only deepened. But these tensions were still gathering in the background during the recording of what would become the group's second album. They had not yet broken the surface. The work went on. And the work was extraordinary. The second album was called The Writings on the Wall, and it arrived in the summer of 1999. If the first album had been an introduction, this was a declaration. The production was sharper, more contemporary, arriving in the precise musical moment that late 90s R&B had been building toward, the era of polished beats, of layered arrangements, of songs that could be intimate and enormous at the same time. Beyoncé was 17 when the album was recorded, 18 when it was released, and her voice on those sessions carried something new. Something that had not been fully present before. A confidence that had been earned rather than assumed. The album's first significant hit was Bills, 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 a song about financial accountability in romantic relationships that managed to be simultaneously catchy and sharply observed. The lyrics told a story, a specific, recognizable story of a woman whose partner consumes her resources while offering little in return. It was not a complicated narrative, but it was delivered with such certainty, such rhythmic precision, that it felt both timeless and completely of its moment. The song reached #1 on the Billboard Hot R&B, Hip-Hop Songs chart and climbed comfortably up the Hot 100. It announced that Destiny's Child was not merely a successful act, but a group with a perspective, a voice, a point of view that women across the country were finding resonant. There is something important in that resonance. The songs on The Writings on the Wall were not abstract. They were not vague gestures toward universal themes. They were specific. They were about money and loyalty, about independence and desire, about the complicated negotiations that take place between people in relationships. They were in many ways more grown than their makers. Beyoncé was still a teenager, still under the close watch of her parents, still navigating the ordinary confusions of growing up, even as she was simultaneously navigating the extraordinary pressures of a career that was becoming, with each passing month, increasingly serious. The follow-up single was Bugaboo, a breezy, playful song about unwanted romantic pursuit, and it continued the album's run of success. But it was the third single that would come to define not only the album, but the entire era of early Destiny's Child, a song called Say My Name. To understand what Say My Name meant when it arrived requires some appreciation for the context in which it landed. The song was produced by Rodney Jerkins, a young producer who had already distinguished himself as one of the most inventive sonic architects of the late 90s, a man whose fingerprints were on some of the most exciting music of the decade. Jerkins had a gift for creating tracks that felt simultaneously sparse and rich, beats that had space in them, room for a voice to move, while still maintaining a rhythmic density that kept the listener locked in. The song's premise was deceptively simple. A woman confronting a partner she suspects of infidelity, demanding that he say her name as proof that he is alone, that he is not speaking carefully around her identity because someone else is listening. It was a clever conceit, psychologically precise in the way that the best pop writing always is, and it gave Beyoncé a role to inhabit that she embraced with everything she had. Her performance on Say My Name is, even now, remarkable to hear. The song begins with a kind of controlled urgency, the voice restrained, the emotion just barely held in. And then, as the song builds, as the accusation hardens into certainty, the performance expands. It opens up. The runs and the riffs and the vocal embellishments that mark Beyoncé's later work are present here in early, exciting form. Not yet the fully realized technical weaponry they would become, but already extraordinary, already announcing a talent that simply could not be contained within ordinary parameters. The song reached number 1. Not just on the R&B chart, number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100. The biggest chart in American popular music. And it stayed there. It did not flash briefly into the top spot and then slip away. It held. It held because radio could not stop playing it, because listeners could not stop requesting it, because something in that song connected with people in a way that transcended genre and demographic. It was a pop moment in the truest sense, a song that belonged to everyone who heard it. But even as the music was ascending, something else was happening. The tensions that had been building within the group, between the members, between the management, between what some members felt they were receiving and what they believed they deserved, were reaching a point of rupture. LaToya Luckett and Latavia Roberson had grown increasingly frustrated with Matthew Knowles' management of their interests. They felt that his dual role as Beyoncé's father and the group's manager created an inherent conflict that worked against them. They had concerns about money, about decision-making, about the direction of a group that sometimes felt, from their vantage point, less like a collective enterprise and more like a vehicle organized around a single member. What happened next occurred in a way that seemed designed to maximize the shock of it. While LaToya and Latavia were in the process of seeking new management, taking steps to separate themselves from Matthew Knowles' oversight, the video for Say My Name was filmed without them. 2 new members, Michelle Williams and Farrah Franklin, appeared in the visual, performing alongside Beyoncé and Kelly as though they had always been there, as though the group's composition had not just undergone a seismic shift. LaToya and Latavia saw themselves replaced not in a meeting, not in a conversation, but on screen in a video for a song that they had recorded. The story broke, and when it did, it broke loudly. There were interviews and counter-interviews, and competing accounts of what had transpired and who had wronged whom. There were lawsuits. LaToya Luckett and Latavia Roberson pursued legal action against Matthew Knowles, alleging mismanagement and breach of fiduciary duty. The details of the dispute lived in legal documents and depositions and press statements, but the human reality of it was simpler and more painful than any legal language could fully capture. A group that had been formed years ago, that had grown up together, that had made something real and beautiful together, had been fractured. For Beyoncé, this period was complicated in ways that were perhaps difficult for observers to fully appreciate. She had not created the conflict. She had not orchestrated the displacement of her former bandmates, or at least, that was not how she would have understood her own role in it. She was the daughter of the manager at the center of the dispute. She was the lead voice of the group around which all of these decisions were being made. She was, simultaneously, a primary figure and someone who could claim, with some justification, to have had limited control over the business decisions that had led to this outcome. Whatever internal complexity she carried through this period, and she carried it because she was a person of genuine feeling, not a figure immune to the weight of difficult circumstances, she did not allow it to derail the work. The album continued to sell. The singles continued to chart. The group, now reconstituted with Michelle Williams in place, continued to move forward. Michelle brought her own voice to the ensemble, a gospel-trained warmth that complemented what Beyoncé and Kelly offered, and that would prove in time to be a lasting and meaningful addition to the group's sound. Farrah Franklin's tenure was brief. She joined the group in the midst of its upheaval and departed only months later, citing exhaustion and health concerns, though the circumstances of her exit were, like so much in the Destiny's Child story during this period, subject to multiple interpretations. By the end of this tumultuous passage, the group had settled into the trio that would define its most celebrated years: Beyoncé, Kelly, and Michelle. But let us return, for a moment, to the music. Because in the midst of all of this human drama, the lawsuits, the lineup changes, the accusations and counter-accusations, the music never stopped being extraordinary. The writings on the wall, in its final form, with its full run of singles and its carefully constructed album track listing, was something genuinely special. It sold millions of copies. It would eventually reach 8 million copies sold in the United States alone, making it one of the best-selling R&B albums of 1999 and into 2000. It earned Grammy nominations. It placed Destiny's Child firmly in the conversation about the most significant musical acts of their generation. Not as a promising newcomer, not as an act worth watching, but as an established force. The album produced one more major single in this period, Jumpin' Jumpin', a track with a buoyant, infectious energy that felt like a deliberate shift in emotional register after the intensity of Say My Name. Where that song had been about suspicion and confrontation, Jumpin' Jumpin' was about freedom, about going out, about dancing, about the particular exhilaration of a night that belongs entirely to you. It was a reminder that Destiny's Child was not a group with only one mode, not a one-dimensional entity. They could be earnest, and they could be playful. They could be searching, and they could be celebratory. They were, in other words, capable of the full range. The videos that accompanied these singles are worth considering in their own right. The visual language of Destiny's Child in this era was deliberate and carefully constructed, a collaboration between the group's own instincts and the creative direction of the professionals who worked alongside them. The styling, much of which was created by Tina Knowles, who had a background in fashion and an instinct for memorable visual impact, gave the group a look that felt cohesive without being identical. They were a unit, but they were also distinct. Beyoncé's presence in these visuals was already commanding in ways that went beyond simple attractiveness. There was an awareness in how she inhabited the frame, a sense of someone who understood the camera and had learned to speak its language. This period, 1997 through 2000, was, in a sense, an education conducted in public. Beyoncé was growing up on camera, in recording studios, on stages, and in the pages of magazines that were only beginning to understand how significant she would become. The girl who had first stepped onto a talent show stage in Houston, who had felt the electricity of an audience responding to her voice and her movement, was becoming something more complex, more layered. She was learning what it meant to be not just a performer, but a professional, to manage the business of her own image, to navigate the politics of an industry that could be generous and brutal in almost equal measure, to maintain her artistic self in the midst of external forces that were constantly pulling in different directions. She was also learning something more personal, something harder to quantify. She was learning how to hold disappointment. The Star Search loss years earlier had been one lesson in that particular curriculum. The lineup changes, the public fractures, the questions about management and fairness, and who was being served and who was being sacrificed, these were further chapters in the same education. The music industry does not offer its participants a comfortable journey. It offers them a complicated one, full of moments that test the relationship between what you love and what you can endure. What is clear, looking back at this period, is that Beyoncé endured. More than endured, she thrived. Not despite the difficulty, but alongside it, carrying it with her without being broken by it. This is not a simple achievement. It is not merely a matter of toughness, though toughness was certainly required. It is a matter of rootedness, of having something internal that the external cannot reach, a core of identity and purpose that remains intact regardless of the chaos that surrounds it. That rootedness had been cultivated in her over years of discipline, of Houston church services and Saturday rehearsals, and a family that believed in her with a specificity that went beyond ordinary parental encouragement into something closer to a shared mission. The world was beginning to see what the Knowles family had always known, that Beyoncé was not simply talented. She was extraordinary. She was the kind of artist who arrives in a generation and reshapes, by the simple fact of her presence, what the people around her understand to be possible. This understanding was still forming in 1999 and 2000, still taking shape, still moving from suspicion to certainty in the minds of the industry observers and music fans who were paying attention. But it was forming. The evidence was accumulating with each chart position, each sold-out show, each radio performance that arrived through the speakers of cars and living rooms and offices across the country and stopped people mid-sentence, mid-thought, and made them ask, "Who is that?" The answer, increasingly, was unavoidable. It was Destiny's Child. It was Kelly and Michelle and, before them, LaToya and Latavia. It was a group shaped by talent and discipline and complicated human circumstances. But it was also, increasingly, the voice at the center, the voice that had been singing since childhood, that had competed and lost and competed again, that had signed with a major label at 15 and recorded a debut album at 16 and watched a follow-up album ascend toward the kind of commercial success that changes the entire trajectory of a career. It was Beyoncé. It had always been going to be Beyoncé. And yet, and this is important, she was not yet Beyoncé in the full, mythic sense that the name would later come to carry. She was still becoming. She was still in the middle of the story, not yet at the chapter where everything crystallized into the icon, the artist, the phenomenon. She was a young woman with an extraordinary gift, surrounded by people who loved her and people who envied her, and people whose relationships to her were complicated by money and family and competing ambitions. She was navigating all of that in real time, without a roadmap, without the benefit of hindsight that allows us now to see how it all turned out. What she had in place of a roadmap was music. The music was always there, the songs to be written, the sessions to be recorded, the performances to be given, the harmonies to be found and locked in and held. When everything else was uncertain, the music was not. The music was the one space where the external complications fell away, and what remained was simply the relationship between a voice and a song, intimate, immediate, true. And in that space, in those studios, and on those stages in the final years of the 20th century, something was being built that would outlast all of the drama and all of the lawsuits and all of the lineup changes. Something was being built that would, in time, come to define an era, not just of pop music but of American culture more broadly. The sound of it was already there in No, 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 already there in Bills, 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 and present, fully and unmistakably present, in Say My Name, a song that asked to be recognized, that demanded it, that said, "Here I am, see me say my name." The world slowly and then all at once obliged. By the close of 2000, Destiny's Child had sold millions of records, collected industry awards, survived internal fracture, and established themselves as one of the defining acts of an extraordinarily competitive musical era. The girl from Houston who had walked onto a talent show stage as a child was now, just a few years into her adult life, one of the most recognized voices in American music. The ascent had been steep, and the terrain had not always been easy, but she had climbed it, steady, focused, relentless in the way that only someone who is always certain of the destination can be. The story was nowhere near finished. It was, in many ways, only just beginning. The solo chapter lay ahead. The collaborations, the film work, the artistic evolutions that would carry her further and further into territory that no one had yet mapped. But all of that would come from this foundation, from these years, from these songs, from the discipline of a childhood spent preparing for a stage, and from the hard-won experience of a young woman who had learned in public and with the whole industry watching that greatness is not given. It is built slowly and surely, one note at a time. Chapter 3: Survivors and Independent Women 2001-2002. There is a moment in the life of every great artist when something clicks. When the noise of the world falls away, and what remains is pure, undeniable clarity. For Beyoncé Giselle Knowles, that moment did not arrive in a single dramatic flash of lightning. It built slowly, steadily, the way a storm gathers itself over the Gulf of Mexico, first a low-pressure system, then a deepening sky, then something so vast and inevitable that no one can look away. By the time the calendar turned to 2001, that storm had a name. And that name was Destiny's Child. But to understand what Destiny's Child had become by the opening of that new millennium, you have to understand what they had survived to get there. Because survival, real survival, the kind that leaves marks on the soul and steel in the spine, was not merely a theme that Beyoncé would soon be writing into songs. It was a lived reality. It was the blood and the bone of everything that Destiny's Child represented by the time they stood before the world as a trio, streamlined and battle-tested, with Kelly Rowland and Michelle Williams flanking Beyoncé on either side. The years immediately before had been turbulent in ways that would have broken a lesser group. The shifting of lineups, the public disputes, the former members who had spoken to the press, airing grievances that made headlines and raised eyebrows. There had been lawsuits and counter-lawsuits, accusations of control and manipulation, questions about the role of Matthew Knowles, Beyoncé's father and the group's manager, in shaping the group's evolving roster. The music industry had watched with one eyebrow raised, wondering if this Houston trio would survive the scrutiny, the controversy, the relentless pressure of being one of the most talked-about acts in pop music. They did more than survive. They answered every question with their work. When Destiny's Child released their third studio album, Survivor, in February of 2001, it was not merely a record. It was a declaration. From the very first bars of the title track, there was an unmistakable intentionality to what Beyoncé and her collaborators had crafted. The song opened with a beat that felt like a marching cadence, something almost militaristic in its precision, and then came that voice, full and rich and absolutely certain of itself, delivering lines that seemed to be addressed to everyone who had ever doubted them. The lyrics spoke directly to the narrative of Destiny's Child's turbulent history, acknowledging that people had predicted their downfall, that they had been underestimated, that they had been counted out. And then, with the kind of quiet ferocity that only comes from having actually been through something, the song declared that they were still here. Beyoncé had co-written the title track, and this was becoming an increasingly important dimension of who she was as an artist. She was not simply a singer interpreting material handed to her by producers and songwriters. She was a creative force who shaped the music from the inside out, who brought her own experiences and her own perspective into the writing room and refused to leave until those songs reflected something authentic. The song Survivor was born out of a conversation, reportedly, in which someone associated with the group suggested that without certain former members, Destiny's Child would not be able to continue. Beyoncé heard that, processed it, and transformed it into one of the defining anthems of the early 2000s. That was how her creative mind worked. Experience became art. Pain became power. Doubt became fuel. The album itself was a panoramic statement of intent. It moved between registers with an ease that spoke to the group's growing sophistication. There were the hard-edged, percussion-heavy tracks that dealt with themes of resilience and female solidarity. There were slower, more intimate moments that explored love and longing with genuine tenderness. And there were the jubilant, celebratory cuts that simply wanted to make people move. Kelly and Michelle were present as more than decorative figures. They harmonized, they contributed, they were a genuine unit. But it was impossible, even then, to watch or listen to Destiny's Child and not feel the gravitational pull of Beyoncé at the center. Her voice was the sun around which everything else orbited. The production of Survivor was a collaborative affair, drawing on a constellation of producers and co-writers, and yet the record bore a remarkable internal coherence. Songs like Bootylicious, which would become one of their most enduring hits, a track so infectious and so playfully confident that it quite literally introduced a new word into the cultural vocabulary, sat comfortably alongside the more serious anthem-ready moments. Bootylicious arrived with Stevie Nicks' iconic guitar riff from Edge of 17 woven into its DNA, and there was something quietly audacious about the choice. Destiny's Child were reaching across genre lines, pulling from classic rock, recontextualizing it, making it something entirely their own. And the song's celebration of a fuller, more voluptuous body type, in an industry that was, at that precise moment in history, deeply and harmfully obsessed with a particular narrow ideal of female beauty, that was not accidental. Beyoncé knew what she was doing. She always knew what she was doing. But it was Independent Women Part 1 that had already announced something new about where Beyoncé's artistry was heading. That song had preceded Survivor. It had been released in the autumn of 2000 as part of the soundtrack for the Charlie's Angels film, and it had arrived in the world like a cultural event in miniature. The song went to number 1. It stayed there. For 11 consecutive weeks, Independent Women Part 1 sat at the top of the Billboard Hot 100, which was, at the time, the longest consecutive run at number 1 for a girl group in the history of that chart. 11 weeks. Let that settle for a moment. In an era of intense competition, in a pop landscape crowded with talent, Destiny's Child had planted their flag at the summit and simply refused to move. The song's message was direct and deliberately constructed. It was a song about financial independence, about women who bought their own things, the car they drove, the house they lived in, the clothes they wore, the diamonds on their fingers. It was, on the surface, a consumer anthem, but that reading undersells it considerably. In the context of the early 2000s, in the context of pop music that so frequently cast women in roles of longing and dependency, Independent Women Part 1 was something closer to a manifesto. It said, in terms accessible enough to sing along to at the top of your lungs on a Friday night, that women could be the architects of their own lives. That they did not need to wait to be chosen. That they could choose themselves. Beyoncé understood this instinctively, because she was, in her own life, beginning to embody it. She was 20 years old when Independent Women Part 1 reached its commercial peak, and she was already a seasoned professional, someone who had been performing since childhood, who had watched her father negotiate contracts and manage relationships and fight for her group's interests, who had absorbed, through sheer proximity, the lessons of how the music industry worked and how you survived within it on your own terms. She had not had a conventional adolescence. She had not gone to prom in the usual way, or drifted through the ordinary rituals of teenage American life. She had been in studios and on stages and in dressing rooms and tour buses, and all of that experience had given her a kind of groundedness, a seriousness of purpose, that set her apart from many of her contemporaries. She was also, by 2001, becoming famous in a way that was qualitatively different from what had come before. Destiny's Child had been successful. But now the success was reaching a different level of scale, the kind of fame that meant you could not walk through an airport without being recognized, the kind that meant your image was on billboards and your voice was coming out of every radio in every car on every highway in America. She was navigating this new terrain with a combination of grace and strategic intelligence that would come to define her public persona for the decades that followed. And then, just as her musical identity was crystallizing, she stepped into a different room entirely. The invitation to appear in Austin Powers in Goldmember was not, perhaps, the most obvious artistic choice for a young woman who was positioning herself as one of the most serious and substantive voices in contemporary music. Austin Powers was gleefully, enthusiastically ridiculous. A spy spoof franchise that had grown from a modestly successful debut into a genuine cultural phenomenon, built on absurdist humor, deliberately groan-worthy jokes, and the remarkable comic energy of Mike Myers, who played multiple roles with shameless, gleeful abandon. The films were not interested in subtlety. They were interested in making people laugh until something hurt. But Beyoncé saw something in the opportunity, and she took it. She was cast as Foxy Cleopatra, a 1970s soul diva and undercover agent who is Austin Powers' ally and, in the parlance of those films, his love interest. And the role required something that pure musicianship could not provide. It required her to be funny, to hold her own in scenes of broad physical comedy, to deliver lines with timing and confidence in a medium she had not yet mastered in the way she had mastered music. What happened when the cameras rolled was genuinely interesting. Beyoncé arrived on the set of Goldmember with the same work ethic that she applied to everything else in her life. She prepared. She studied. She watched the previous films, understood the rhythms of the comedy, internalized the specific energy that the Austin Powers universe required. And when she appeared on screen, she was, and this is the most honest assessment of what she achieved, better than anyone had any right to expect from a first major acting role. She was warm and funny and physically present in the scenes. She wore the period costumes, the afros and the platform boots, and the wide-lapelled suits that lovingly evoked 1970s blaxploitation cinema with total commitment, and she matched Mike Myers' considerable energy without being overwhelmed by it. The role was written as a love letter to a particular tradition of Black female iconography. Foxy Cleopatra was drawn from the lineage of Foxy Brown and Cleopatra Jones and Christy Love, the fierce, beautiful, self-possessed heroines of 1970s Black cinema who moved through the world with an authority that mainstream Hollywood had so rarely granted to Black women before that era. There was something quietly significant about the fact that a 20-year-old Beyoncé was being cast in a role that invoked this tradition. She was being asked to carry that iconographic weight, and she was doing so at a moment when her own star was ascending to the point where she could handle it. The experience of making Goldmember was also, by all accounts, genuinely joyful. The set had a looseness and a playfulness to it that was unusual in a major Hollywood production, and Beyoncé, who had grown up in the controlled environments of recording studios and choreographed stage shows, found something liberating in the improvisational energy of film comedy. She laughed. She made mistakes and laughed at those too. She began to understand that the camera captured something different from the stage, that the intimacy of a close-up required a different kind of truth than the performance that needed to reach the back row of an arena. These were lessons she would carry forward. Meanwhile, back in the world of music, Destiny's Child continued their global campaign. The Survivor era was one of relentless activity. Tours and appearances and interviews and performances that took them to audiences across North America, Europe, Asia, and beyond. The group had become a genuinely international phenomenon, their music translating across cultural and linguistic barriers with the ease that only truly great pop music achieves. In Japan, in Germany, in Brazil, in the United Kingdom. Everywhere the group went, they were met with the specific hysteria of fans who had claimed these songs as their own, who had found in Beyoncé's voice and Destiny's Child's lyrics some reflection of their own experiences, their own desires, their own aspirations. The concert performances of this period were, by all accounts, extraordinary. Beyoncé had always been a dancer as well as a singer. She had trained for years, and her body understood rhythm in an almost cellular way, but the staging and choreography of the Survivor-era shows reached a new level of ambition. The productions were tightly controlled and precisely executed, but within that precision there was genuine fire. When Beyoncé performed, she did not simply stand at a microphone and deliver a song. She inhabited it. She moved through it. Her body and her voice worked in concert to create something that was more than the sum of its parts, something that held an audience in place and refused to let them go. She was also thinking carefully about the visual dimension of her artistic identity in ways that went beyond what most pop stars of her era considered. The costumes that Destiny's Child wore on stage in this period were not merely clothing, they were statements, carefully considered expressions of femininity and power and glamour that reinforced the group's image. Tina Knowles, Beyoncé's mother, had long been a crucial figure in designing the group's stage looks, and the aesthetic sensibility that mother and daughter had developed together was a significant part of what made Destiny's Child visually distinctive. They did not dress like other groups. They had a style that was simultaneously luxurious and accessible, aspirational and relatable. The year 2001 was also a year in which the world was changing in ways that were seismic and disorienting. The September 11th attacks reshaped American culture and American consciousness in ways that would take years to fully understand, and the entertainment industry, like every other industry, had to grapple with what it meant to make and sell pleasure in a world that had just been reminded, with devastating force, of its own fragility. Music found its way through this moment in various fashions. There was patriotic music, and there was mournful music, and there was music that simply insisted on joy as an act of defiance against grief. Destiny's Child, in their way, belonged to the last of these traditions. The music they made was fundamentally life-affirming, and in a period of national trauma, life-affirming music served a real human need. As 2001 gave way to 2002, the contours of what would come next were beginning to take shape, though Beyoncé herself could not yet see the full picture. Destiny's Child had announced that its members would be pursuing solo projects while the group remained intact, a formulation that was, in retrospect, a graceful way of acknowledging that the centrifugal forces of individual ambition were beginning to exert themselves. Kelly Rowland would release her own album. Michelle Williams would follow a path that led her toward gospel music, an expression of a deep faith that had always been central to her identity. And Beyoncé, well, Beyoncé had something else in mind entirely. But in the immediate present of 2002, she was still Destiny's Child, and Destiny's Child was still one of the most powerful acts in popular music. The Survivor album had been certified platinum multiple times over. The singles had dominated charts. The tours had filled arenas. And now, with Goldmember in post-production and set for a summer release, Beyoncé was about to introduce herself to an audience that perhaps knew her only as a voice on the radio, and was about to discover that she was something more, something that occupied physical space in a way that demanded attention, something with timing and presence and a quality that the film world had a specific word for: star power. The film would be released in July 2002, and it would open at number 1. Of course it would. Everything Beyoncé touched in this period seemed to find its way to the top of whatever chart or ranking applied to it. And there was beginning to be a sense, among industry insiders, among critics, among the fans who had followed her career from its earliest days, that what they were witnessing was not ordinary success. Ordinary success could be explained by industry mechanics, by marketing budgets, by favorable timing and competitive landscapes. What Beyoncé was doing was something different. It was the product of talent, yes, and of work, absolutely, but also of some quality that resisted easy categorization. A quality that had to do with the way she moved through the world, the seriousness with which she approached her art, the refusal to be anything less than everything she was capable of being. There is a photograph from this period that captures something essential about who Beyoncé was becoming. She is standing on a stage or at an event. The precise context is less important than the image itself, and she is wearing something spectacular, her hair full and gleaming, her posture absolutely straight, her expression carrying that particular combination of warmth and authority that she was beginning to perfect. She is looking directly into the camera, and the quality of her gaze is not one of performance or affectation. It is one of total, unshakable presence. She is here. She knows she is here. And she wants you to know it too. That quality of presence, that willingness to take up space without apology, to be fully, completely, unambiguously oneself in the public eye, was itself a kind of statement in an era when so many female pop stars were still navigating the tension between visibility and vulnerability, between being celebrated and being consumed. Beyoncé was finding a way to be both present and protected, to give the audience everything it needed, while keeping the essential core of herself carefully, deliberately her own. She spoke in interviews during this period with a thoughtfulness that sometimes surprised journalists who came in expecting something more superficial. She talked about her faith, about the importance of her family, about the work ethic that her parents had instilled in her from the earliest age. She talked about music as a calling rather than a career, about the responsibility she felt toward audiences who found something meaningful in what she made. She deflected questions that she found intrusive with a grace that was firm without being unkind. She was learning in real time the art of the public self, how to be knowable without being known, how to be intimate without being exposed. The relationship between Beyoncé and her father and manager, Matthew Knowles, was complex and would become more so in the years ahead. But in 2001 and 2002, it was the engine that drove much of the practical machinery of her career. Matthew was a businessman first and a music industry figure second, and he approached his daughter's career with the strategic precision of someone who understood that talent was necessary but not sufficient, that the music industry rewarded not only the gifted but the positioned. He negotiated carefully, he protected her brand with vigilance, he pushed for opportunities that others might have considered premature. His was a demanding and sometimes controversial stewardship, but its results, at least in this period, were undeniable. Tina Knowles's contribution was equally significant, if less frequently acknowledged in the public accounting of Destiny's Child's success. She was the visual architect, the woman who understood that in pop music, what you looked like and how you presented yourself was not mere vanity, but essential communication, a language in which Beyoncé would become increasingly fluent. The relationship between mother and daughter was not simply familial, but genuinely collaborative, and the aesthetic intelligence that Tina brought to the group's image was a foundational element of what made Destiny's Child look and feel like something new. Kelly Rowland deserves her own careful moment of consideration in any honest account of this era. She was not Beyoncé, and she never claimed to be. But she was a singer of real ability, a performer of genuine charm, and a friend and artistic partner whose loyalty and steadiness provided Beyoncé with something that the extraordinary pressure of her position might otherwise have made impossible to find: a relationship of genuine trust. The two of them had grown up together, had navigated the music industry's cruelties and rewards together, had held each other up through the years of lineup changes and controversy and the relentless demands of success. Their friendship was not a PR construct. It was real, and it mattered. Michelle Williams brought something different again. A vocal power that soared in the upper register. A spiritual earnestness that grounded the group's more devotional moments, and a humor that kept the internal dynamic lively. She was newer to the group, having joined at the point of maximum turbulence, and she had earned her place through sheer capability and grace under pressure. The trio that now stood before the world was not the original Destiny's Child, but it was in some ways the most fully realized version of what Destiny's Child could be. As the Survivor album cycle wound toward its conclusion in 2002, and as the promotional work around Austin Powers in Goldmember began to build, there was a palpable sense of transition in the air around Beyoncé. Something was about to change. The shell of Destiny's Child, beloved and successful and defining as it was beginning to feel, to those paying close attention, like something she might eventually need to grow out of. Not because the group had failed, but because she had grown too large for any container to comfortably hold her. She was writing more. She was producing more. She was watching carefully how the business of the entertainment industry worked, absorbing lessons about ownership and creative control that would become central to everything she built in the years that followed. She had begun to understand that the most durable form of power in her industry was not the power of fame, which was ephemeral and borrowed, but the power of authorship, the power of owning what you made, of controlling the conditions under which your art was produced and distributed and understood. She was not yet in a position to exercise that power fully. But she was preparing. The songs she was writing and co-writing in this period were becoming more sophisticated, more layered, more willing to sit with complexity rather than resolving everything into easy resolution. The anthems of resilience and independence that had defined the Survivor era would continue. They were too embedded in her artistic DNA to simply disappear, but they were beginning to share space with something more interior, more searching, more interested in the private emotional life that public success makes simultaneously more intense and more difficult to express. There is a tendency, in retrospect, to read the arc of a career as inevitable, to look at where an artist ended up and project that destination backward onto every earlier moment, as if success were always predestined and the path always clear. This is a false narrative, and it does a disservice to the actual texture of a life lived in uncertainty. Beyoncé in 2001 and 2002 did not know what was coming. She did not know that she would become one of the most celebrated artists of her generation, one of the most significant cultural figures of the first quarter of the 21st century. She knew that she worked hard, that the work was good, that people responded to it with something approaching love. She knew that she was not finished, that whatever she had achieved was not the ceiling, but a landing on a very long staircase. She kept climbing. The Survivor era ends in the imagination, not with a single conclusive moment but with a feeling. The feeling of standing at the edge of something enormous, looking out at a horizon that is both thrilling and terrifying, knowing that you have everything you need to cross the distance between where you are and where you are going. Beyoncé was 20 years old, 21 by the time the chapter closed. She had survived everything the industry had thrown at her. She had written and performed some of the most resonant pop music of the decade's opening years. She had stepped onto a film set and acquitted herself with a confidence that surprised even those who expected great things from her. She had stood night after night before audiences of thousands and given them everything she had. And she was, by any honest measure, only just beginning. The world did not yet know what was coming. But it was coming. In the quiet spaces between the songs, in the late nights in the studio when the other producers and musicians had gone home and she stayed, listening back to something over and over until she understood exactly what it needed. In those moments, the future was already being assembled, piece by careful piece. Beyoncé was building something that would outlast any single moment of fame, any chart position, any box office opening weekend. She was building a body of work that would speak to people not just in that moment, but across time, that would mean something to listeners not yet born, that would carry the weight of who she was and what she believed and what she had survived. Destiny's Child had given her a platform. Survivor had given her an anthem. Austin Powers in Goldmember had given her a glimpse of a different kind of storytelling. And all of it, every lesson, every success, every moment of doubt overcome by will, was accumulating into something that had no name yet, because the world had not yet seen it. But it would. Chapter 4, Dangerously in Love, Uniquely Solo, 2003 to 2005. The world does not always announce its turning points. Sometimes a shift arrives not with fanfare but with a feeling, a subtle pressure change in the atmosphere, the way a room grows quiet before something enormous moves through it. In the summer of 2003, that feeling settled over popular music like the last moment of stillness before a storm makes landfall. Beyoncé Giselle Knowles was about to step forward. And nothing that came after would sound quite the same. To understand the magnitude of what she was about to do, you have to first understand what she was leaving behind, or rather, what she was not leaving behind at all, because Beyoncé has never been the kind of woman who abandons the things she loves. She was stepping forward, not away. And that distinction matters enormously. Destiny's Child had been more than a group. For the better part of a decade, the trio, Beyoncé, Kelly Rowland, and Michelle Williams, had been a living, breathing argument for the power of women who choose their own terms. Their music was armor and anthem in equal measure. Songs like Independent Women and Survivor had become the soundtrack to a generation of women who were figuring out what strength looked like on their own faces. The group had sold tens of millions of records. They had stood on the largest stages in the world and made those stages feel small. They had done, by almost any measure, everything a group could do. And yet, there was something stirring inside Beyoncé Knowles that no group, not even one she loved as deeply as she loved those women, could fully contain. It was not ambition in the shallow, hungry sense of the word. It was something older and more patient than that. It was a creative vision so particular, so entirely her own, that it had begun to push against the edges of every collaborative structure she inhabited. It was a voice, not just the voice that everyone already knew could bend the temperature of a room, but an artistic voice, a directorial voice, a sovereign voice that was ready to declare itself completely. She had been preparing for this moment, in one way or another, her entire life. Growing up in Houston, Texas, she had been the girl who felt too much and expressed it all through performance. She had been the girl who lost a childhood talent competition and went home and practiced until the loss became irrelevant. She had been the teenager who stood in the front of a group and learned, with the precision of an engineer, what it meant to carry a song and carry an audience simultaneously. She had studied the great ones, Tina Turner, Diana Ross, Whitney Houston, Michael Jackson, not with the passivity of a fan, but with the focused hunger of a student who intends one day to take the lesson somewhere entirely new. By 2003, she was 21 years old. She had already accumulated more professional experience than most artists collect in a lifetime. She had won Grammy Awards. She had topped charts across multiple continents. She had appeared in film. She had done the math of the music industry with a sophistication that belied her age, partly because her father, Matthew Knowles, had built that mathematics into her education from the very beginning. And now, with all of that preparation loaded like fuel into the engine of who she was becoming, she was ready to drive. The album she was about to make would be called Dangerously in Love. The title itself was a declaration, bold, emotional, unguarded. In a cultural moment that often rewarded ironic distance and studied cool, Beyoncé was announcing that she intended to go all the way in. She was going to be vulnerable. She was going to be powerful. She was going to be both of those things at the same time, in the same breath, and she was not going to apologize for the contradiction. The process of making the record was itself a kind of revelation. Beyoncé had been involved in the creative side of Destiny's Child's music for years, writing, producing, shaping the sound, with the instincts of someone who understood not just melody, but architecture. But this was different. This was hers alone to build. She worked with a constellation of collaborators, producers like Rich Harrison, Sean Garrett, and Scott Storch, writers who brought their own brilliance to the table, but there was never any question about who's at the center. The record had a gravitational field, and it was her. She wrote and co-wrote a significant portion of the material herself. She made decisions about sonics and structure that went well beyond what was typically asked of a performer stepping into her first solo record. She pushed, questioned, revised, and insisted, not with the volatility of ego, but with the calm certainty of someone who knows exactly what sound she is reaching for and will not settle for anything that falls short of it. What emerged from those sessions was something genuinely extraordinary. Dangerously in Love was not the kind of solo debut that plays it safe, that splits the difference between artistic risk and commercial calculation and lands somewhere forgettable in the middle. It was a record that wanted things, that reached in multiple directions simultaneously, that was willing to be sexy and spiritual, playful and devastating, R&B and jazz and hip-hop, and something that had not quite been named yet, all in the same collection of songs. And then, there was the moment that would define the record's legacy, before it had even finished its first week in the world. There was the song that would announce, with the force and clarity of a thunderclap, that Beyoncé Knowles was operating on a frequency entirely her own. Crazy in Love. If you were alive and paying attention to popular culture in the summer of 2003, you remember the first time you heard it. You remember because it was the kind of musical event that imprints itself on the nervous system. It was the kind of song that made people stop what they were doing, stop mid-conversation, stop mid-sentence, put down whatever was in their hands, and simply listen. The song begins with a horn sample. A brass riff lifted from the Kai Light's 1970 recording, Are You My Woman, Tell Me So, transformed and deployed with such perfect dramatic instinct that it functions less like a sample and more like a herald. Like the fanfare that announces the arrival of royalty. Those opening bars of brass have a swagger to them that is almost physical, a strut built into the music itself, an attitude embedded in the notes before a single lyric has been sung. Rich Harrison, the producer who constructed the track's foundation, had been sitting with that sample for years, looking for the right vehicle, the right moment, the right artist. When he brought it to Beyoncé, something clicked into place with the satisfying precision of a key turning in a lock. She understood immediately what the music was asking for. She understood that a horn riff like that was not a backdrop, it was a gauntlet. It was a challenge laid down by the music itself, daring whoever stood at the microphone to rise to its level, to meet its energy, to be worthy of its insistence. She rose. She met it. She was more than worthy. What she brought to the song was a performance so layered, so textured, so alive with intelligence and instinct simultaneously, that it is still being studied. There is the breathless opening verse where her voice has an urgency to it, a rushing quality, like someone who has news they cannot keep inside. There is the way she navigates the melodic line, finding unexpected rhythmic pockets, landing on syllables with a precision that a lesser vocalist would have missed entirely. And then there is the chorus, that soaring declarative chorus, where she opens up completely and lets the full instrument of her voice fill every corner of the available space. Got me looking so crazy right now, she sings, and the irony is that nothing about what she is doing sounds crazy. It sounds controlled and masterful and inevitable. It sounds like someone who has been waiting for exactly this song, and, having found it, is not going to waste a single moment of it. Jay-Z appears on the record, and his presence is significant not only musically, but symbolically. He was, in 2003, widely regarded as one of the greatest rappers alive, arguably the greatest working at that moment. He was a man whose cultural authority was immense and unquestioned. And yet, even in the context of his own considerable brilliance, the song belongs to her. He amplifies it. He adds texture and context, and his own considerable weight. But she is the sun that everything orbits. His presence signals something to the culture. This is not a minor event. This is not a debut single to be taken lightly. This is the kind of record that serious artists make. The music video that accompanied the song became its own cultural artifact. Shot in the streets of New York, it captured Beyoncé in motion, running, dancing, inhabiting the music with a physicality that was staggering in its precision and its apparent effortlessness. She wore a denim skirt. Her hair whipped. She moved like someone who had been doing this in her sleep, and was now finally doing it awake and in public. Every frame of that video communicated the same essential message: pay attention. Something is happening here that you will want to have seen. The song went to number 1. It stayed there. It became not just a hit, but a phenomenon, the kind of cultural moment that gets written about in future tense before it has even finished unfolding, because everyone can feel in the moment of its happening that this is the kind of thing that matters. But to reduce the story of Dangerously in Love to a single song, however extraordinary, would be to misread the record and to misunderstand what Beyoncé was doing with it. The album was a document of a complete woman. A 21-year-old woman, yes, but one who carried the kind of emotional complexity and artistic range that most artists spend entire careers working toward. Naughty Girl arrived with a disco groove that nodded backward to Donna Summer and Gloria Gaynor while sounding unmistakably contemporary. A song about desire and agency and fun, performed with the ease of someone who is entirely comfortable in her own skin. It sampled Donna Summer's "Love to Love You Baby," and did so without apology, placing Beyoncé in direct conversation with the lineage of women who had come before her and made pleasure into art. Baby Boy, which featured Sean Paul, became one of the summer's inescapable anthems, a dancehall-inflected groove that showcased her rhythmic flexibility and her willingness to move across genre lines without losing herself in the crossing. There is a particular skill required to perform across different musical traditions authentically, to adopt the rhythms and inflections of a different world without reducing it to costume or caricature. Beyoncé had that skill in abundance. She inhabited Baby Boy the way she inhabited everything, completely. Me, Myself and I was the album's introspective turn, a slow-burning meditation on self-sufficiency and the particular kind of pride that comes from knowing you are enough on your own. The song had a gospel undertow, a sense of deep, personal testimony that situated it in a spiritual tradition even as it spoke the language of contemporary R&B. It was a song that communicated something essential about who she was and what she valued, that independence was not a consolation prize for the lonely, but a state to be actively chosen and celebrated. And then there was Speechless, and Dangerously in Love too, and Gift from Virgo, and the jazz-inflected Closer, Encore for the End of the World, each of these songs adding a different dimension to the portrait the album was painting. A jazz ballad here, a slow jam there, a moment of vulnerability, followed by a moment of triumph, followed by a moment of quiet, contemplative tenderness. The record was not a collection of singles with filler between them. It was a unified artistic statement, the vision of a woman who knew how to arrange the rooms of herself into something that could be inhabited by an audience. The album debuted at number 1 on the Billboard 200. It sold more than 300,000 copies in its first week in the United States alone. It would go on to sell over 5 million copies in the country and more than 11 million worldwide. It would be certified multi-platinum across multiple territories. It would win 5 Grammy Awards, including Best Contemporary R&B Album, making Beyoncé the first Black woman to win that particular award. But the numbers, impressive as they are, miss the point. Numbers measure reach, not depth. And what Dangerously in Love accomplished was not merely to reach a very large number of people. It accomplished something harder and rarer. It changed the way those people thought about what was possible. Young women, particularly, heard something in the album that was difficult to articulate but easy to feel. They heard a woman who was not asking permission. A woman who was not diminishing herself to make the music more palatable or more comfortable or more accommodating of the space she was expected to occupy. She was taking up all the space available to her, and then quietly expanding the definition of how much space was available. She was saying, through the music itself, that the full expression of a woman's inner life, all of it, the desire and the devotion and the anger and the joy and the complexity, was not just acceptable material for art, but necessary material. Essential material. The Grammy night in February of 2004 was one of those evenings that becomes part of the permanent record of the culture. Beyoncé arrived with 5 nominations and walked away with 5 wins. 5. In a single night. She performed multiple times, each performance a demonstration of the range that the album had documented and the stage presence that no recording, however faithful, could entirely capture. She was radiant and controlled, and utterly, completely present in every moment. She moved through that evening the way she moved through everything, with the grace of someone who has prepared for exactly this, who knew it was coming, not with arrogance but with readiness. In the press rooms afterward, in the pages of magazines in the weeks that followed, in conversations happening in living rooms and dormitories and workplaces across the world, a new formulation was beginning to emerge. People were no longer talking about Beyoncé Knowles primarily in relation to Destiny's Child. They were not talking about her as a member of something larger than herself. They were talking about her as a singular entity, as a force of nature with a name of her own. Beyoncé. Just the one name. That was already starting to feel like enough. The months following the album's release were a study in momentum. She toured extensively, taking the music to audiences around the world and demonstrating night after night that what had been captured in the studio was not the ceiling of her ability, but a floor. A starting point from which the live performances climbed to places that no recording could have anticipated. She was the kind of performer who gave more in front of an audience than in any other context, who seemed to expand in the presence of thousands of people rather than contract. The feedback loop between her and a crowd was something to witness. An exchange of energy so total that by the end of a set, the audience did not feel like they had been performed at, but performed with. She was also, throughout this period, beginning to build the broader architecture of what would become a genuinely unprecedented cultural presence. She was forming the creative partnerships, the managerial structures, the business instincts that would eventually allow her to operate with a degree of autonomy almost unheard of in the mainstream music industry. She was watching, learning, and quietly positioning herself for a future in which she would control not just the music she made, but the entire context in which it was made and presented and experienced. The period of 2004 into 2005 also brought her increasing visibility in film and in fashion, 2 domains she would go on to inhabit with the same completeness she brought to music. Her film work, including her role in The Pink Panther, showed a lightness and comedic ease that surprised audiences accustomed to the intensity of her musical persona. Her fashion choices, both on stage and off, were being documented and analyzed and emulated with an attention that was typically reserved for women who had been in the cultural conversation for far longer than she had. She was becoming, in the language that would eventually be developed to describe her, an icon. Not in the loose, inflationary sense in which that word is often used, but in the precise, technical sense. A figure whose meaning extends beyond the specifics of her work into something that approaches the symbolic. And through all of it, the chart positions and the awards and the performances and the fashion and the film and the expanding definition of what it meant to be Beyoncé, there was a consistency that was easy to overlook precisely because it was so unbroken. She worked with a discipline and a focus that was genuinely unusual, even in an industry populated by hard workers. The people who were around her in those years, musicians, producers, choreographers, directors, they spoke of her preparation the way athletes speak of a teammate who outworks everyone else in practice and then somehow outperforms that work in the game. She was never the person who coasted on natural talent. She was the person who treated natural talent as the beginning of an obligation, not the end of one. She also maintained, through all of this, a quality that is perhaps the rarest of all in the circumstances she inhabited. She remained curious. She remained genuinely engaged with the work at a level that went beyond professional obligation. She asked questions of producers about the technical construction of sounds. She studied the choreographic traditions she was drawing from and wanted to understand their history and their meaning. She watched herself on footage not out of vanity, but out of a rigorous commitment to improvement. A willingness to look at her own work with the cold clarity of a craftsperson who has not yet finished learning. This is what set the 2003 to 2005 period apart from what might have been a more conventional celebrity arc. Because the conventional story of a hugely successful debut album, followed by a massive touring cycle and award recognition, does sometimes produce a kind of plateau. A comfortable place where an artist can rest in the approval they have earned and produce more of what the world has already said it loves. That plateau was available to Beyoncé. She could have settled there. No one would have argued with her. She was not interested in settling. What the world was watching in those years was not the arrival of a finished thing, but the formation of something still in progress, something that was becoming, with each passing month and each new creative decision, more entirely itself. The industry around her was beginning to understand this, even if it did not yet have the full vocabulary to describe what it was witnessing. It was beginning to understand that she was not going to be managed in the ordinary sense of that word, was not going to be packaged and positioned and maintained as a product whose parameters had been established from outside. She was going to define her own parameters. She was going to occupy her own category. In the history of Black women in popular music, a history as rich and consequential as any in American culture, encompassing figures from Billie Holiday to Aretha Franklin to Diana Ross to Whitney Houston to Janet Jackson, Beyoncé was finding her place not by comparison to those who had come before but by extension. She was building on everything they had built, and then building something that had not existed yet. She was doing what all the great ones do. She was taking the tradition and moving it. By the end of 2005, the world had received its first sustained introduction to Beyoncé as a solo artist. It had heard the horn riffs and the soaring choruses, and the slow jams and the jazz ballads. It had watched the performances and read the interviews and absorbed the image, the natural presence, the discipline, the warmth, the steel. It had begun to understand that this was not a moment, but a beginning. The world was right to sense that. Because what would come next, the reinventions, the artistic expansions, the increasingly radical choices, the cultural disruptions, the records and the films and the performances and the statements that would, in the years ahead, push the definition of what a pop artist could be and do and mean to places that no one was yet imagining. All of it was already present in seed form in the woman who stood on those stages in 2003 and 2004 and 2005 and gave the audiences everything she had, every night without reservation. The girl from Houston who had grown up feeling everything so deeply that she needed performance to translate it into something the world could receive. She was still there, still present, still driving the engine. But she had become something more. She had become, in the fullest sense of the word, an artist. And she was only just beginning. There is a particular kind of silence that falls over a room when someone steps forward from the crowd. In the summer of 2003, that silence was Beyoncé's. And what she said into it, with the opening bars of a horn riff, with the swing of a denim skirt, with the full and unguarded weight of her voice, would not be forgotten. It never is when the right person finally speaks. Chapter 5, Alter Egos and Bidet Bashes, 2006 to 2009. But before the name came, there was the work. There is a particular kind of silence that exists just before a performer walks onto a stage. It is not the silence of emptiness. It is the silence of potential, of everything that is about to become. In the years between 2006 and 2009, Beyoncé Giselle Knowles stood inside that silence more often than perhaps any other artist of her generation. And each time she stepped through it, she was not entirely herself. Or rather, she was more than herself. She was becoming something that the world did not yet have a name for, until she gave it one. But before the name came, there was the work. It is 2005, and Beyoncé is already exhausted in the way that only the relentlessly ambitious can be exhausted, not broken, but stretched, pulled thin across the surface of several careers at once. She has been a Destiny's Child since childhood, a solo artist since 2003, an actress since 2002, a fashion line co-creator, a daughter, a girlfriend, a brand. She has won Grammys. She has sold millions of records. She has performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. She is 23 years old, and by the metrics of the music industry, she has already won. And yet, there is a restlessness in her that winning has not quieted. If anything, it has amplified it. She is a woman who does not know how to be still. Not because stillness frightens her, but because motion is the language through which she understands herself. She thinks in choreography. She processes grief through melody. She files away injustice and turns it into rhythm. And so when the phone call comes, the one from director Bill Condon, the one about a film called Dreamgirls, she does not hesitate for very long. Dreamgirls is not simply a movie. It is a cultural monument. The original Broadway production opened in 1981 and told a story that anyone who knew anything about the history of Black American music recognized immediately. The story of a girl group from Chicago who rises to fame in the 1960s. The story of talent meeting commerce, of Black artistry being smoothed and repackaged for white audiences, of women who love each other and wound each other in the ways that only intimates can. It is a story about Diana Ross and the Supremes in all but name. It is a story about Motown, about the architecture of the music industry, about who gets to be the lead and who gets pushed to the background, and about the cost of that particular cruelty. When the film adaptation begins to take shape, the casting choices carry the weight of symbolism. Jennifer Hudson, a woman who had been voted off American Idol in a decision that still registers as one of the more bewildering moments in the show's history, is cast as Effie White, the powerhouse vocalist who is edged out of the spotlight by the more marketable, more conventionally palatable Dina Jones. Beyoncé is cast as Dina. There are those who see poetry in this. There are those who see irony. Beyoncé herself sees neither, or perhaps she sees both and chooses to use it. Because here is the thing about Beyoncé that is easy to miss if you are only watching the surface. She is a student. She is always a student. She watches, she absorbs, she internalizes. And in Dina Jones, she finds something genuinely complex to inhabit. A woman whose beauty and ambition and passivity are all instruments of her own limitation. A woman who has let herself be made into a symbol at the expense of being a person. The set of Dreamgirls is, by all accounts, a crucible. Bill Condon runs a production that demands total commitment. The musical numbers are elaborate. The emotional register required of the actors, particularly Hudson, Jamie Foxx, and Beyoncé herself, is enormous. They are not just singing. They are excavating. There is a moment in the film, a particular scene that does not belong to Beyoncé at all, but that Beyoncé watches from the edges of the frame, in which Jennifer Hudson as Effie White performs the song, "And I Am Telling You I'm Not Going." It is one of those performances that resets the coordinates of a room. Hudson is not singing so much as she is surviving. She is desperate and furious and heartbroken and magnificent, and the song becomes a kind of declaration, not just Effie's declaration, but Hudson's own, that she exists, that she cannot be dismissed, that her voice is too large to be contained by anyone's expectations. Beyoncé watches this and feels something complex. She says later, in interviews given long after the film is released, that working on Dreamgirls is one of the most humbling experiences of her career. This is not the language of false modesty. This is the language of someone who has looked at another artist's fire and used the heat of it to examine her own temperature. Because the truth is, Dina Jones is in many ways the opposite of who Beyoncé is becoming. Dina is managed, curated, controlled by the men around her. Beyoncé, in these years, is in the process of wresting control entirely into her own hands. The film opens in December 2006, and the response is enormous. Hudson wins an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress. The film is nominated for several others. Beyoncé's performance is praised for its elegance, its restraint, its emotional intelligence, qualities that stand in interesting contrast to the full-throttle persona she is developing in parallel, on record, on stage, in rehearsal rooms that no camera has yet been allowed to enter. Because while Dreamgirls is in post-production, while the world is still waiting to see what Beyoncé does next as an actress, Beyoncé is in the studio. She's always in the studio. And what she is building there is something that will define the next phase of her career entirely. B-Day is not an album that announces itself gently. It arrives like weather, sudden, atmospheric, forceful. Released in September 2006, timed to coincide with Beyoncé's 25th birthday, it is the sound of a woman who has spent the past several years being gracious and grateful and composed, and who has decided, at least for the duration of 37 minutes and 52 seconds, to be furious instead. The making of the album is itself a kind of performance. Beyoncé records it in approximately 2 weeks, working at a pace that most of her collaborators describe as nearly impossible to sustain. She is coming off the Destiny-fulfilled world tour, coming out of the physical and emotional marathon of Dreamgirls, and rather than resting, she records. The urgency of the album is built into its bones. You can hear it in the compressed production, in the way the drums hit like announcements, in the vocal performances that feel live in a way studio recordings rarely do. The lead single is Deja Vu, a collaboration with Jay-Z, built on a funk sample that moves like something restless and unresolved. It is a strange and brilliant piece of pop music, strange because it resists the conventional architecture of a hit song, brilliant because Beyoncé's vocal performance transforms what could have been a straightforward relationship track into something that sounds almost like a fever. Critics are divided. Audiences are not. The song reaches the top 10 in multiple countries and confirms what her fanbase already knows: Beyoncé does not make music that asks for your approval. She makes music that assumes it. Then there is Irreplaceable. It is the song that lodges itself in the consciousness of an entire cultural moment. Released as the third single from B-Day in November 2006, it becomes, within weeks, one of the most played songs on American radio in the history of the medium. The production is deceptively simple: an acoustic guitar, a gentle rhythm, a melody so clean and inevitable that it sounds like it has always existed, like Beyoncé did not write it so much as discover it. The lyrics are direct in the way that great lyrics often are, direct without being simplistic, casual without being careless. "You must not know 'bout me," she sings, and in those few syllables there is an entire philosophy. It is a song about self-possession. It is a song about knowing your own worth with such certainty that you can be gracious about someone else's failure to recognize it. The music video, which Beyoncé shoots with characteristic precision, shows her packing a man's belongings while remaining completely, devastatingly calm. There is no melodrama. There is no begging or screaming or breaking of dishes. There is only a woman who knows exactly who she is, and who has decided that this particular situation no longer serves that knowledge. It becomes one of the defining images of her career, this calm, this composed authority. Women everywhere recognize something in it. Something about the specific dignity of choosing yourself. But Bidet is not a calm album, not in its bones. Alongside the polish of Irreplaceable, there is the seismic aggression of Ring the Alarm, which is perhaps the most sonically explosive thing Beyoncé has recorded up to this point. It is a song about jealousy rendered as a force of nature. A woman watching her man leave for someone else and not weeping about it, but screaming, not heartbroken, but incandescent with a fury that is its own kind of love. The production is industrial. The vocal performance is untethered. Beyoncé does not sing this song so much as attack it. The music video, directed with deliberate maximalism, shows her in scenarios that evoke institution walls, clinical lights, the aesthetics of confinement, as if jealousy itself is a kind of madness, and she has decided to depict it with full psychiatric honesty. Critics who have grown accustomed to a certain version of Beyoncé, polished, approachable, reliably excellent but never genuinely destabilizing, are somewhat unsure what to do with this. Bidet is not the album they expected. It is angrier, stranger, more willing to be ugly in its emotional range. And in that willingness, there is something that begins to point toward what is coming. Because during the promotion of Bidet, during the tour, during the press runs and the performances and the relentless machinery of being Beyoncé in public, something is crystallizing in her understanding of her own artistry. She begins to speak in interviews about a feeling she has always had but has not until now found language for. The feeling of becoming someone else when she performs. The feeling of a switch being thrown, of Beyoncé Knowles, the careful, private, deeply considered woman from Houston, stepping aside to allow something more feral, more electric, more free to take the stage. She has been doing this for years. She has been doing this since the first time she stood in front of an audience and understood that performance is not simply presentation, but transformation. But she has been doing it unconsciously, the way you breathe or blink, automatically without reflection. Now she begins to reflect. The name comes to her, she says, almost like a gift. Sasha Fierce. It arrives not as a construction but as a recognition of something that has always been there, waiting to be named. And once it has a name, everything becomes clearer. Sasha Fierce is not a character in the theatrical sense, not a costume or an accent or a set of mannerisms that Beyoncé adopts. She is something more intimate and more mysterious than that. She is the part of Beyoncé that has no fear of the audience. She is the part that can stand on a stage in front of 50,000 people and feel not diminished but expanded by their attention. She is the part that can be sexual without being compromised, aggressive without being threatening, in the ways that Black women in the public eye are so often punished for being threatening. She is, in some essential way, Beyoncé freed from the internal censorship that politeness and professionalism, and the long education of being a Black woman in American entertainment has required of her. This is not a small thing. This is, in fact, an enormous thing. The kind of psychological architecture that allows an artist to take up the full amount of space they are capable of occupying without apologizing for the displacement. In 2008, the concept becomes official. I Am Sasha Fierce is announced as a double album, an explicit acknowledgement of the duality that has been building in Beyoncé's work for years. The release date is November 2008. The premise is deliberate and elegant. One disc belongs to Beyoncé, the I Am disc, which is lyrical and vulnerable and confessional, acoustic and orchestral and intimate. The other disc belongs to Sasha Fierce, which is percussive and electronic and enormous, built for arenas and stadiums and the insides of bodies moving in darkness. The two discs are not simply stylistic contrast. They are a philosophical argument. They are Beyoncé's public statement that it is possible to be more than one thing simultaneously, that you do not have to choose between the tender and the ferocious, between the private and the spectacular, between the woman who weeps in private and the woman who commands in public. You can be both. You can give both. The division is not a split, but a fullness. The lead single from the Sasha Fierce side is Single Ladies, Put a Ring on It, and it arrives like a cultural detonation. The production is minimal in the way that the most confident music often is. A horn loop, a drum machine, hand claps, and Beyoncé's voice, which does not soar so much as it insists. The lyrics are, on one level, a simple proposition. If you like it, commit to it. If you want to keep her, put a ring on her finger. If you don't, accept the consequences. But the simplicity of the proposition is deceptive, because what the song is actually about, what it does in the body of every woman who hears it, is more than relationship advice. It is a reminder of value. It is the musical equivalent of a woman looking a man in the eye and saying, I know what I am worth, and I will not negotiate. The music video is one for the ages. Beyoncé films it in a single day with two backup dancers, Ashley Everett and Ebony Williams, and a director named Jake Naba, and the result is as close to pure kinetic poetry as popular music video has ever produced. The choreography, developed in collaboration with the masterful Frank Gatson Jr., and influenced by the legendary choreographer Bob Fosse's famous Mexican breakfast routine performed by Gwen Verdon in 1969, specifically the performance on The Ed Sullivan Show, is a 3-minute demonstration of what a human body is capable of when it has been in conversation with rhythm for its entire life. There are no sets. There is no narrative. There are no special effects. There are 3 women in black leotards, a white background, and a sequence of movements so precise and so free that the combination becomes something close to ecstatic. The video launches, and immediately the world starts moving. Women in offices and living rooms and college dormitories learn the choreography. Men argue about what the song means for their relationships. Cultural critics write essays. The song enters the Billboard Hot 100 and climbs it with the steady, unhurried confidence of someone who knows they will reach the top eventually. It wins the Grammy for Song of the Year and Best Rap Sung Collaboration, among others. It becomes one of the most referenced, parodied, covered, and reinterpreted songs of the decade. Kanye West, at the 2009 MTV Video Music Awards, famously interrupts Taylor Swift's acceptance speech to declare that Beyoncé's Single Ladies video is one of the best videos of all time. It is a moment of chaos and poor behavior and genuine affection all at once, West's impulse, however rudely expressed, coming from a place of real artistic reverence. Beyoncé characteristically handles the aftermath of the incident with more grace than anyone involved deserves, inviting Swift back to the stage later in the evening to finish her speech. But the moment also confirms something. Single Ladies has transcended the category of song and become a cultural event, a reference point, a shorthand for something vast and difficult to fully articulate about this particular moment in women's music and women's lives. On the other side of the double album, the I Am side, Beyoncé is doing something different. She is standing in a room without armor and allowing herself to be seen. Halo is the song that comes to define this half of the record. It is a love song in the most classical sense, a song about being opened up by another person, about finding in romantic love a kind of grace that reorganizes your understanding of what safety can feel like. The production is celestial, as its title suggests, wide and luminous, built upward rather than outward, as if trying to reach something elevated. Beyoncé's vocal performance is among the most technically stunning of her career, not in its complexity, but in its restraint, in the way she allows the song's emotion to do the work rather than her own virtuosity. Halo becomes the love song of a generation. It is played at weddings and memorials, at sports events and in churches. It is covered by other artists, sampled, reinterpreted. It demonstrates that Beyoncé's range is not simply musical but emotional, that she can make you feel joy and grief and longing and gratitude with equal authority. If I Were a Boy is another cornerstone of the I Am side, a song that arrives deceptively simply and then unfurls into something genuinely radical. It is a thought experiment rendered in melody. What would it mean to inhabit the freedoms that men take for granted? To come home late without explanation. To keep your feelings at a manageable distance. To move through the world with the casual confidence that comes with being assumed competent and benign by default. The song does not answer its own question exactly. It lets the question sit in the air, where it belongs, where it can be felt by every woman who has ever navigated the specific frustrations of living inside a body that the world has decided to read differently than the body next to hers. These years, 2006 through 2009, are the years in which Beyoncé consolidates her dominance, but dominance is perhaps the wrong word for what she is actually doing. Dominance implies territory, implies competition, implies a zero-sum relationship with the people around her. What Beyoncé is actually doing is more interesting than that. She is building a world. She is constructing, with each album and each film and each live performance and each public appearance, a universe in which her particular set of values, excellence, discipline, emotional honesty, unapologetic Black womanhood, the sacred seriousness of craft, are the organizing principles. She is also, during this period, negotiating the personal alongside the professional in ways that the public only partially understands. Her relationship with Jay-Z, Sean Carter, the Brooklyn-born rapper and businessman who has been her partner since at least 2001, though neither of them has confirmed this officially for years, is entering a new phase. They marry in April 2008, in a private ceremony in New York. The wedding is kept so secret that even people close to them are caught off guard. There are no photographers allowed. There is no People magazine exclusive. There is only the fact of it, which comes out gradually, the way genuine things do, not announced but confirmed, not performed but lived. The marriage is the most genuinely private thing about her, in these years, when she is otherwise more visible than she has ever been. She rarely speaks about Jay-Z in interviews with any specificity. She does not discuss their relationship in terms that could be excerpted or made into a headline. She lets the music carry what needs to be said, and trusts that the people who are paying attention will hear it. And the people who are paying attention always hear it. Because here is the thing about Beyoncé's artistry that becomes increasingly evident during this period. She is not simply a musician who happens to have a public life. She is an artist for whom the public life and the private life are in constant conversation, for whom the work is always metabolizing the experience. When she sings about love, she is not constructing a relatable scenario for marketing purposes. She is telling the truth in the way that artists tell the truth, obliquely, beautifully, precisely enough to be recognizable and general enough to be universal. The I Am Sasha Fierce album cycle includes one of the most demanding tours of her career, the I Am World Tour, which begins in April 2009 and will eventually carry her across North America, Europe, and beyond. The production is enormous. The stage is enormous. The demand she places on her own body is enormous. Every night, for the duration of the tour, she performs for 2 to 3 hours without pause, executing choreography that would challenge professional dancers 15 years younger, singing live in the way she has always insisted upon, in the way her voice has been trained since childhood. She performs Single Ladies every night. She performs Crazy in Love every night. She performs Halo every night, and every night in every city, the arena fills with phone lights held aloft. This is 2009, and the iPhone has been in existence for 2 years, and the image of a darkened arena lit by thousands of tiny screens, all of them raised toward a single woman on a stage, is still new enough to be breathtaking. She performs encores. She comes back. She gives, in the language that performers use among themselves, everything. And in the moments before she goes on, in that particular silence that exists just before a performer steps into the light, she makes the transformation. She allows Sasha Fierce to move through her. Not to replace her, but to complete her. Not to mask the Beyoncé from Houston, but to arm her. To give her the full set of tools that the moment requires. There is something philosophically important about Sasha Fierce that is easy to reduce or misread. The popular understanding of the concept that Beyoncé invented a stage persona to cope with performance anxiety is true but insufficient. Because what she is actually describing, when she talks about Sasha Fierce in the interviews of this period, is a theory of artistic selfhood. She is describing the gap that exists between the person who makes the work and the person who presents it, the gap between the private artist and the public performer, and she is refusing to collapse that gap, as so many performers do, either by making the private life entirely public or by allowing the performance to become entirely disconnected from any real emotional truth. Sasha Fierce is the bridge across that gap. She is the part of Beyoncé that can stand in front of the gap without flinching. The years from 2006 to 2009 also mark Beyoncé's increasing involvement in the business and creative infrastructure of her own career. Matthew Knowles, her father, has managed her since Destiny's Child, and the family partnership has been essential to her rise. His business acumen, her mother Tina's aesthetic vision, and Beyoncé's own extraordinary talent forming a triangle that proved remarkably durable through the turbulence of the music industry in the early 2000s. But Beyoncé, in these years, is beginning the slow and careful process of asserting more direct creative control over her videos, over her live productions, over the visual language of her brand, over the way her story gets told. She is not yet ready to manage herself entirely. That comes later. But the instinct is already fully formed, the understanding that the most important decisions about her art belong to her, that she is not simply the talent but the author of the entire enterprise, that her vision and Matthew's vision are not always the same vision, and that when they diverge, she will eventually need to trust her own. Her visual instincts in this period are worth examining. The aesthetic of Bidet is high contrast and kinetic, bold colors, aggressive choreography, the visual grammar of power. The aesthetic of I Am Sasha Fierce is bifurcated to match its musical logic. The I Am side expressed in softer, more intimate visual language, the Sasha Fierce side in the sleek, architectural, chrome and black vocabulary of something futuristic and untouchable. She is working with directors and photographers and designers, not as a collaborator who approves decisions, but as a creative director who initiates them. She knows what she wants to look like. She knows what the images need to say. This is unusual in the music industry of this period, particularly for a woman of her age. The machinery of pop stardom in 2006 is still organized around the assumption that the artist is the product, not the producer, that someone else handles the vision and the artist shows up to execute it. Beyoncé is increasingly impatient with this arrangement. She will not always show it directly. She is too disciplined, too strategic for that, but you can see it in the increasing specificity of her creative choices, in the way the work becomes more distinctly her own with each cycle. And then, there is the matter of her body. This is a period in which public conversation about Beyoncé's body reaches a particular pitch of intensity. The curves, the fitness, the constant speculation about whether she is too thin or too thick, the photographs analyzed and debated with an intrusiveness that reflects the broader way American culture relates to Black women's bodies as public property. She navigates this with a combination of grace and defiance that is one of the more quietly radical things about her public persona. She does not apologize for her body. She does not explain it. She adorns it and choreographs it and photographs it with extraordinary intentionality, and she does not invite the conversation that she knows is happening anyway. By the end of 2009, she is perhaps the most decorated musician of her generation. The I Am Sasha Fierce album alone has generated multiple Grammy nominations and wins, including the landmark evening at the 2010 Grammy Awards, which falls just outside our window but is the culmination of this entire period, when she wins 6 Grammy Awards in a single night, breaking the record for the most Grammys won by a woman in a single evening. The crowd in the Staples Center stands. The cameras find her face, which is the face of someone who has worked for this, who has stood in rehearsal rooms and recording studios and stages in every city in the world, and given everything, and who is now being told by the highest authority in her industry that the giving was worth it. But the face is also the face of someone who knows that the work is not done, who understands, because she has always understood this, that the validation is not the point. The point is the thing itself. The making. The transformation. The silence before the stage, and the step through it. Sasha Fierce, in the end, is not a character who exists on a stage. She is a philosophy. She is Beyoncé's answer to the question that every serious artist must eventually confront. How do you give your most fearless self to an audience without losing your most private self in the process? How do you be both generous and protected? How do you stand in the light without being consumed by it? The answer, as Beyoncé has found it, is to understand that the self is not singular. That you contain, as Walt Whitman once suggested of himself, multitudes. That the woman from Houston who practices until her feet bleed, and the woman who commands stadiums with a look, these are not contradictions. They are collaborators. They are together, the full instrument. And the world, across these years, from 2006 to 2009, is only beginning to understand the full range of what that instrument can do. Chapter 6. Taking the Reins and Finding 2010 to 2012. She is 29 years old. She has sold more than 75 million records. She has won Grammy after Grammy, toured continent after continent, and stood at the center of the most elaborate pop spectacles the modern world has assembled. She has done all of this while being managed, guided, and at least partially defined by her father, Matthew Knowles, a man whose ambition on her behalf was as fierce as it was complicated, who built her career from the Houston church choirs and the regional talent competitions into something the industry had genuinely never seen. And now, with the kind of quietness that only the truly certain can sustain, she is ending that arrangement. The announcement comes in March of 2011. It is terse, factual, and final. Beyoncé and Matthew Knowles have mutually agreed to end their professional relationship. The statement is measured in the way that only deeply personal things are measured when they are offered to the public, stripped of the texture that surrounds them in private life, presented as a business decision when it is, of course, something far more layered than that. The press does what the press always does. It speculates, it frames, it reaches for narrative. There are reports of financial disputes, of accounting irregularities, of tensions that had been building for years just below the surface of their public collaboration. There are interviews that Matthew gives that complicate the silence she is trying to maintain. There is noise, and then there is more noise. But Beyoncé does not enter that noise. She never does. Instead, she moves deeper into the work. What is already in motion, has been in motion for nearly 2 years by this point, is something she has called Parkwood Entertainment. She founded it in 2010, named it for a street she remembered from her childhood in Houston, a small geographic anchor to something that preceded the fame, the stages, the global apparatus of her career. Parkwood is not merely a management company or a record label. It is, in its conception and its execution, a statement of intent. It is the institutional expression of a belief she has been forming quietly since the earliest days of Destiny's Child, that the person best equipped to make decisions about Beyoncé's art and Beyoncé's life is Beyoncé herself. She models it on what she has observed, studied, and occasionally envied about the way certain men in the entertainment industry operate. She has watched Jay-Z build Rockefeller and then Roc Nation from the ground up, understanding that ownership is not incidental to artistic power but inseparable from it. She has watched artists lose control of their masters, their images, their narratives, their money, and she has understood this not as bad luck but as a structural condition, something you either build around or succumb to. Parkwood is built around it. Through it, she will manage herself, develop her visual projects, oversee her touring operations, and eventually produce film, fashion, and content that answers to no one's vision but her own. The infrastructure is assembled with the same discipline she brings to rehearsal. She recruits a team of women, executives, managers, publicists, creatives, who will become some of the most trusted people in her professional life. She develops internal processes for decision-making that are meticulous and deliberate, processes that reflect her own manner of working. Thorough, patient, attentive to detail in a way that can seem almost obsessive to outside observers until the results arrive and the obsessiveness reveals itself as something else entirely, as craft, as standard setting. But all of that architecture, as significant as it is, exists in service of something more fundamental. What Beyoncé is really building in 2010 and 2011 is not a company. She is building a life that belongs to her. And that life includes a secret. She has been married since the 4th of April, 2008. The date itself carries meaning she has embedded elsewhere, as she will do again and again throughout her career. Numbers and dates as private language, as coordinates in a geography known only to those closest to her. She and Jay-Z, whose legal name is Sean Corey Carter, were wed in a private ceremony at their Tribeca penthouse in Manhattan. There were fewer than 40 guests. The space was filled with white orchids. She wore a hand-beaded Vera Wang gown. The ceremony was intimate in the way that only deliberately secret things can be, not hidden out of shame, but withheld out of a profound understanding that certain things, once offered to the public, cannot be retrieved. The relationship between Beyoncé and Jay-Z has been one of the open secrets of popular culture since at least 2002, when the two collaborated on the song Crazy in Love and produced something that felt, to listeners, like more than performance. There was a charge in it that went beyond the professional. And yet both of them maintained a studied silence for years, deflecting questions with practiced ease, offering neither confirmation nor denial in a media landscape that demanded both. This restraint was itself a form of power, a demonstration that you could control a narrative simply by refusing to participate in the one other people were trying to write for you. By the time 2011 arrives, and she is navigating the restructuring of her professional life, the marriage is 3 years settled into the rhythms of a life that is, by any reasonable measure, extraordinary and yet genuinely theirs. They travel together. They work together. They share a vision of what it means to build something lasting in an industry designed for disposability. He is, in the ways that matter, her most important collaborator. Not because he manages her or directs her, but because he understands at the cellular level what she is trying to do. He is the one person in her life who has navigated the same impossible territory between commercial dominance and artistic integrity, who has made that navigation look not only possible but inevitable. She does not talk publicly about the marriage. She will begin to, in time, and in terms entirely of her own choosing. But in 2011, the marriage is a private architecture that supports everything else she is building. And she protects it the way she protects all things she values most, with silence and with distance from the noise. The album she is making during this period is called 4. The title is simple, almost blunt, and loaded with personal significance. 4 is her birthday, the 4th of September. It is Jay-Z's birthday as well, the 4th of December. Their wedding date was the 4th of April. The number has accrued meaning in her life the way certain objects accrue the fingerprints of those who handle them, invisibly until you look closely. But the title is not merely numerological. It is a declaration. This will be her 4th solo studio album. She is 29 years old, and she is making the record that she has, in some essential sense, been trying to make all along. The process of making it is unlike anything she has undertaken before. She fires her label-appointed A&R oversight. She makes the decision, radical in its implications for a major label pop star at the height of her commercial power, to pursue the music she wants to make regardless of where that music sits in the current landscape. And where it sits, it turns out, is somewhere that the current landscape has largely abandoned. In the rich, warm, analog-textured tradition of soul music, in the swelling orchestrations and live instrumentation that define the records she grew up listening to, the records that lived in the house on Parkwood Drive when she was a child in Houston, and music was not yet a career but simply the air she breathed. She assembles a roster of collaborators and puts them in a studio and begins to work in a manner that is, by the standards of major label pop production in 2011, almost alarmingly non-commercial. She is not chasing a sound. She is excavating one. She wants live drums. She wants brass sections. She wants vocals that exist in space, that breathe, that have dimension and texture and weight. She wants the record to feel like something made by human beings in a room together, because that is what it is. In an era of pristine digital production, of tracks assembled pixel by pixel in Pro Tools, of beats designed to be experienced through earbuds rather than speakers, she is making something that insists on physicality. She works with Ryan Tedder, whose melodic instincts she trusts. She works with Diplo, who brings to the sessions a rhythmic restlessness that pushes against her more classical instincts in ways she finds productive. She works with Hit Boy and with Babyface, whose contribution to the album becomes one of its most quietly devastating moments. She works with her husband, who appears on one of the album's most intimate tracks in a way that collapses the distance between the private and public selves she has maintained so carefully. And she works with a writer and producer named Frank Ocean, whose contribution to the album's opening track will later seem, in retrospect, like a hinge point, a place where two trajectories briefly intersected before diverging into very different kinds of greatness. The song that opens the album is called Best Thing I Never Had. It is a breakup song whose structure is a kind of inverse mourning, not grief for what was lost, but relief for what was escaped, satisfaction at the clarity that distance provides. It sits oddly at the front of a record that grows progressively more complex and more vulnerable as it continues, and in that oddity there is something deliberate. She is telling you where she has been before she tells you where she is going. Love on Top, which arrives later in the album's sequence, is something that can only be described as a statement of joy. It is built on a chord progression lifted straight from the Motown playbook, brass and keyboards driving upward through key change after key change, in a move so boldly theatrical that it risks self-parody and instead achieves something close to euphoria. The song is about love that is uncomplicated, triumphant, and unambiguous, and she sings it with a vocal control that is almost athletic in its precision. The key changes climbed and cleared one after another like hurdles, each one higher than the last, the voice never straining because the technique is so deeply embodied that the difficulty is invisible. It is the kind of performance that makes listeners feel that the impossible is simply what competence looks like at sufficient scale. Countdown, which will become one of the most ecstatically received songs of her career, even if it arrives initially without the fanfare of a traditional single push, is almost impossible to describe without resorting to music theory. It is a collage, a synthesis, a record that samples and interpolates and builds on itself in real time, that shifts tempo and feel and instrumentation with a restlessness that should feel chaotic and instead feels like the musical equivalent of someone thinking very fast in several directions simultaneously. The video she makes for it, which she will direct in collaboration with her visual team, becomes one of the signature aesthetic objects of the early 2010s. A cascade of references and images and poses and moods assembled with the confidence of someone who has studied every inch of the visual culture she is working within and decided to play with all of it at once. But the song on forward that reveals the most about where she is going, about what she is actually after in this period of creative reinvention, is a ballad called I Was Here. It was written by Diane Warren, who has been writing songs about legacy and longing and the desire to matter for decades, and whose instinct for melody at the intersection of the personal and the universal is almost unparalleled in the history of contemporary songwriting. The song is about presence, about the need to leave a mark on the world that outlasts the act of making it, about the essentially human desire to have existed for something. And when Beyoncé sings it, with the full weight of an arrangement that gives her voice room to move, to open, to expand, there is something in the performance that feels biographical in a way that has nothing to do with the details of her life and everything to do with its driving impulse. She has been the most famous woman in popular music for the better part of a decade. She has been famous since she was a child, which means she has spent most of her conscious life navigating the strange territory of public personhood, of being seen constantly and from every angle, while maintaining some interior private self that the seeing cannot reach. And here she is, in a studio in 2011, singing about wanting to be remembered. Not for the records, not for the stages, for something more essential than that. For having been present in the world in a way that mattered. The album is released on June 28, 2011. It arrives, in the commercial sense, into a complicated moment. The music industry is still convulsing through the digital transition. Streaming has not yet reached the dominance it will assume within a few years, but physical sales are in a decline so steep it has the quality of collapse. And the market for long-form album experiences, for the kind of record that asks you to sit with it, to move through it in sequence, to give it your sustained attention, has been shrinking for years under the pressure of the single-song download economy. 4 is received with admiration and, in some corners, surprise. Critics who had reduced Beyoncé to a category, to the idea of the pop maximalist, the spectacle machine, the precision performer, find themselves encountering something they had not quite prepared for. The record is warm where they expected it to be sleek. It is human-scaled where they expected it to be monumental. It takes risks that are not the risks of a commercial calculation, does not chase the contemporary sounds of 2011, does not attempt to occupy the space that peers like Rihanna and Katy Perry and Lady Gaga have staked out in the streaming landscape. It does something more idiosyncratic and, finally, more ambitious. It pursues a sound that is entirely its own, assembled from the history of Black American music with the care of someone who knows that history intimately and treats it accordingly. The commercial performance is solid, but not stratospheric. Run the World Girls, the album's lead single, an aggressive percussion-forward production built around a sample of the Afrobeats group Major Lazer, precedes the album's release and establishes an expectation that the album itself gently contradicts. The single is confrontational, designed for festival stages and sports arenas. The album is something quieter and, ultimately, something stranger. Some listeners feel the gap between them. Some critics note it. But the arc of reception bends slowly toward recognition. And as the months pass and the music settles into people's lives, Four begins to acquire the reputation that attaches itself to records that require time, that ask something of their listeners and reward the asking. What is perhaps most significant about Four is not any single song, but what the album represents as an act. It is the first full-length artistic object that is entirely Beyoncé's own, made under her own creative supervision, released through Parkwood's developing infrastructure, assembled according to her vision without the moderating influence of paternal guidance or label oversight. It is, in the most literal sense, the first thing she has made entirely for herself. And that fact gives it a quality that listeners and critics sense even when they cannot quite name it. The quality of someone speaking in their own voice for the first time. She tours the album through 2011 and into 2012 with the Revel Presents, Beyoncé Live Residency, and then the extended Mrs. Carter Show World Tour, though that tour belongs more properly to the next chapter of the story that is unfolding. What she is doing in the months surrounding Four's release is something more fundamental than touring. She is establishing a relationship between herself and her work that will define everything that comes after. There is a moment that those who were present in the recording sessions describe with a particular kind of reverence. It happens during the making of the song Countdown, in a session that runs long into the night in the way that the sessions for this album frequently do. She is working through an arrangement problem, a structural question about how the song moves between its sections, how the tempo shifts land, how the whole strange, beautiful machine holds together. And she is doing it the way she does everything, by trying it again and again, listening back, making adjustments so small they seem invisible, trying it again. There are producers in the room who have worked with many of the most significant artists of the past 2 decades, and what they notice, what strikes them as categorically different from other experiences they have had in studios, is not the talent, which is obvious and has been obvious for years. It is the attention, the quality of her listening. The way she hears the music as it plays back, not as the thing she made, but as something to be evaluated with the same critical rigor she would bring to someone else's work. This is what Parkwood has made possible. Not just the institutional freedom to make her own decisions, but the psychic freedom to be genuinely critical of her own output. When the management relationship is your father, and the pressure to please is entangled with the pressure to be a good daughter, criticism becomes complicated in ways that are difficult to untangle. She has spent years in a system where approval and disapproval had valences that extended beyond the professional into the deeply personal. What she is building in 2011 is a professional environment where the only question is whether the work is good, where the answer to that question comes from her own judgment, refined over years of study and practice, and an attention to detail that is, by this point, one of the most finely calibrated instruments in the music industry. The private life continues alongside all of this, mostly invisible. She and Jay-Z move between their properties, the Tribeca apartment, the Holmby Hills mansion, spaces that are large enough to contain lives that are, in the relevant ways, enormous. They travel. They attend events when attending is chosen, and decline when declining is chosen. They are photographed together in moments that reveal almost nothing and are analyzed for everything. The tabloid culture that surrounds them has developed its own elaborate mythology, its own system of signs and interpretations, and she navigates it with the same discipline she brings to everything, not by engaging, but by managing the surface while protecting the interior. She is learning, in this period, what it means to be both the subject and the author of her own story. The two roles have always been in tension for her. From the earliest days of the Beyoncé as phenomenon, there have been other people, interviewers, critics, biographers, the press machinery in all its forms, who have attempted to write her story for her, who have imposed narratives of various kinds, the overachiever, the diva, the product, the persona. She has never been passive in response to these narratives, but she has not yet developed the tools to replace them entirely with something of her own making. Parkwood is the beginning of those tools. 4 is an early deployment of them. What comes later will be more radical, more complete, more precisely controlled. But in 2011, she is learning. She is watching what the internet does with her image. She is watching how a song is received when you give it time, and how a song is received when you flood it. She is developing, through observation and experience, a theory of how attention works in the current media environment, how it pools and disperses, what sustains it, what dissipates it, and how you might, if you were sufficiently disciplined and sufficiently creative, learn to direct it rather than merely respond to it. There are people around her who will later describe this period as foundational. Not the most spectacular period of her career, the spectacle will come in waves that dwarf anything 2011 produces. But foundational in the way that certain experiences are foundational, because they establish the terms by which everything subsequent is organized. She is building the architecture of a life in which art and commerce and personal expression and professional power are not in opposition but in alignment, where each reinforces the others rather than compromising them. The year turns. 2012 arrives, and with it a set of announcements that shift the public's understanding of who she is in ways that surprise even those who thought they had been paying close attention. In January, at the MTV Video Music Awards, earlier at the beginning of the year, in a private announcement that becomes public in the way that private things become public when the person involved is among the most scrutinized on earth, she reveals that she is pregnant. The revelation happens at the MTV VMAs in August of 2011, in fact, in a moment of extraordinary theatrical confidence. She performs, she closes the show, she turns to the audience, she opens her jacket, and the room understands. The crowd's response is not applause, but something larger than applause, a sound that is partly recognition, partly joy, partly the particular delight that attends the disclosure of a secret that has been kept perfectly and released on one's own terms. Blue Ivy Carter is born on January 7, 2012. The name is chosen with care, as everything is chosen with care. Blue, for a color that carries its own aesthetic and emotional history. Ivy, for the Roman numeral 4IV, inverted, rotated, re-encoded. The number that has organized her thinking about this period, that has given the album its name and its character, now lives in the name of her daughter. The private and the public, the symbolic and the personal, collapsed once again into a single gesture. The birth changes things. It changes things in the way that parenthood always changes things, which is to say completely and in ways that defy advanced description. But it also changes things specifically for her, in the context of this particular life she has been building. The Beyoncé who emerges from 2011 and 2012 is one who has accomplished what she set out to accomplish in this period, who has claimed authorship of her professional life, who has made a record that reflects her most complex and personal artistic instincts, who has protected the private life she values from a public apparatus that would consume it entirely if she permitted it to, and who is now a mother, which is another kind of authorship entirely, with its own stakes and its own grammar and its own relationship to time. The connection she develops with Blue Ivy is something she will speak about, in interviews and in her music, as a kind of anchor, as something that clarifies, as something that makes the project of protecting the authentic self not merely a personal preference, but a responsibility, because there is now another self forming in the vicinity of hers, watching and learning the ways that a person moves through the world, and she is responsible for what that small watching self sees. She will not release another studio album for 2 years. When she does, it will arrive in a manner that the music industry has never encountered, suddenly, without announcement, without the promotional machinery she has so carefully learned to operate, dropped in its entirety into the digital world at midnight on a Thursday in December like a sealed letter delivered through a window. It will contain the most personal music she has ever made. It will establish her as something more than the most technically accomplished performer of her generation. It will establish her as an auteur. But that is 2013, and this is 2012, and right now she is in the earliest weeks of her daughter's life, in whatever private space she has arranged around that astonishing newness, and the Parkwood offices are running, and the music from 4 is still playing in the world, and somewhere in the middle of all of it she is simply a person, breathing, who has made a series of very consequential choices and is living inside their consequences, in the particular silence that follows a decision finally and fully made. The silence holds. And then, as it always does with her, it fills again with work. Chapter 7. The Visual Self-Titled Drop, 2013 to 2015. The world does not see it coming. That is, perhaps, the most remarkable thing about what happens on December 13, 2013. Not the album itself, not the 14 videos released alongside it, not the sheer volume of creative work that arrives without warning in the early hours of a Friday morning. What is most remarkable is the silence that precedes it. In an industry built on anticipation, on the careful architecture of leaks and singles and promotional rollouts and morning radio premieres, Beyoncé Giselle Knowles Carter chooses something no one expects from an artist of her stature. She chooses quiet. She builds the most ambitious project of her career in absolute secrecy, and then, while the world is sleeping, she opens a door. It begins just after midnight. A single post appears on her Instagram. No caption, no explanation, just a short clip. 16 seconds of footage. A woman in motion, fragments of image, sound underneath. And then, below it, a link. An album. A visual album. 14 songs and 17 videos, all of it available at once, immediately, completely, with no warning given to radio programmers or record label marketing departments or music journalists who had spent months speculating about what her next move might be. The iTunes Store, which has been quietly loaded with the content in the hours before, begins to register downloads at a rate that will later be described as unlike anything the platform has ever processed. Within hours, the number climbs toward the hundreds of thousands. By morning, it is clear that something seismic has occurred. By the end of the weekend, the record for fastest-selling album in iTunes history has been broken. But to understand what this moment means, to truly feel the weight of what Beyoncé has done, it is necessary to step back from the numbers and sit inside the culture as it existed in the months leading up to that December night. The music industry in late 2013 is still reckoning with its own transformation. The structures that had governed pop stardom for decades, the album cycle, the lead single, the press tour, the carefully managed public image, are beginning to fracture under the pressure of streaming, social media, and a listening public that has grown increasingly restless and increasingly empowered. Artists are being advised to engage constantly, to flood feeds, to prime audiences with content, so that when a release finally arrives, it lands in already warmed soil. The conventional wisdom holds that in a fragmented attention economy, you cannot afford to go quiet. Silence is risk. Silence is irrelevance. Beyoncé has been watching all of this. She has also been building something in the spaces where no one is watching. The self-titled album has been in development for the better part of 2 years. It is conceived not as a collection of songs with accompanying promotional videos, but as a unified visual and sonic experience, a work in which image and sound are so deeply intertwined that separating them would be to misunderstand what the whole thing is trying to say. She films in Houston and New York, and Los Angeles and Paris and Rio de Janeiro. She works with a constellation of directors including Jonas Ackerland, Melina Matsoukas, Hype Williams, and her longtime creative collaborator Jake Nava. She records with producers Frank Ocean and Justin Timberlake and Timbaland and Hit Boy, among many others. She writes or co-writes every single song. And through all of it, she keeps the circle of knowledge extraordinarily small. The people who know what she is making are asked to operate under strict confidentiality. Footage is reviewed on closed sets. Files are kept on systems with limited access. The album takes shape over months of work that generates no rumors, no leaks, no whispers in the trades. This is itself a kind of achievement in an era when secrecy in the music industry has become nearly impossible to maintain. That she manages it is a testament to both the loyalty of her collaborators and the seriousness with which she treats the work. She does not want the conversation to begin before the work is ready to speak for itself. When she finally sits down to articulate what she is trying to do, she describes it with a clarity that will later be cited countless times as a statement of artistic intent. She says she does not want people to see the trailer and not see the movie. She is tired of giving pieces. She wants people to experience the whole thing at once, to sit inside it, to feel the full arc of what she is saying from beginning to end. The single she suggests is a fragment. The album is the thing. This is not merely a preference. It is a philosophy. And it arrives at a moment when that philosophy is genuinely radical. The album opens with a song called Pretty Hurts, and from the first note, it is clear that what Beyoncé is doing here is not the Beyoncé of Crazy in Love or the Beyoncé of Single Ladies, though she contains all of those women. It is not performance for the sake of performance, not the studied projection of a stage persona. What she is doing is something closer to excavation. The song is a meditation on the violence that beauty standards do to women, and the video that accompanies it, directed by Melina Matsoukas, follows a pageant contestant backstage. A woman surrounded by the apparatus of femininity, the makeup and the hairspray and the ceaseless measurement, and it pulls no punches about the cost of it all. The backstage footage reveals not grace but chaos. Not confidence but compulsion. It is uncomfortable in the way that honest things are uncomfortable, and it sets a tone for everything that follows. Track by track, the album moves through a landscape that is both deeply personal and deliberately expansive. There are songs about desire and songs about betrayal. There are songs about the texture of a specific kind of Black Southern womanhood, about the weight of family history, about what it means to be seen and what it means to be exposed. Ghost and haunted, unspool-like cinematic anxiety, all atmosphere and dissonance. Drunk in Love, the album's most commercially explosive track, is raw and physical in a way that pop music rarely permits a woman, and particularly rarely permits a woman of Beyoncé's image, to be. The video that accompanies it is shot in black and white on what appears to be a beach at night, just her and Jay-Z, and the intimacy of it is startling in its directness. There is a song called XO that contains multitudes. It is simultaneously a declaration of romantic devotion and a kind of prayer, its production borrowing the warmth of vintage pop without ever feeling nostalgic. There is Flawless, which interrupts its own infectious confidence midway through to include an excerpt from a 2009 TED Talk by Nigerian writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, words about feminism, about the way girls are taught to shrink themselves, and the juxtaposition is not accidental. It is a thesis. It is a woman putting her own name to a word and a set of ideas that the entertainment industry had long treated as dangerous. We teach girls to shrink themselves, Adichie says, her voice clear and measured in the middle of the track. We teach girls that they cannot be sexual beings in the way that boys are. That Beyoncé chooses to embed this specific excerpt in this specific song, on this specific album, tells you something essential about what she understands the project to be. This is not just music. This is argument. This is a woman using the reach of pop stardom to say something she believes, something with stakes. The album is also, inescapably, an account of motherhood. Blue Ivy Carter, born on January 7, 2012, is present throughout, in the documentary footage that weaves through several of the videos, in the samples of her voice that appear at the beginning of tracks, in the entire emotional texture of songs like Blue, which is perhaps the most tender thing Beyoncé has ever recorded. The song is addressed directly to her daughter, a letter in music, and it carries the specific weight of a woman who has been public for the entirety of her adult life, trying to articulate something so private it almost defies language. The documentary footage is significant. Shot over the period of the album's creation, it shows Beyoncé in the studio late at night, talking directly to a camera in a way that feels unguarded and unrehearsed. She speaks about the miscarriage she experienced before Blue Ivy's birth, something she had alluded to in lyrics on 4, but never addressed so directly, and she does so with a composure that is not the composure of someone performing strength, but of someone who has genuinely processed grief. She talks about what it means to be a mother, about the shift in her sense of self, about how having Blue Ivy changed what she wanted to say, and how urgently she wanted to say it. This directness is new. Or rather, it is newly visible. Those who have worked closely with Beyoncé over the years know that behind the controlled public image is a woman of considerable intellect and genuine emotional complexity, someone who thinks carefully about what she believes and why. But the public Beyoncé has long operated through a scrim of carefully managed presentation. The documentary footage in the self-titled album pulls that scrim aside, not entirely but enough. Enough to let you see the shape of who is there. The decision to pair this intimacy with a visual aesthetic of considerable ambition is itself a statement. The videos are not afterthoughts. They are, in some cases, as meticulously constructed as any short film in a festival circuit. The video for Partition, directed by Jake Nava, is set largely in the Crazy Horse Cabaret in Paris, with a visual vocabulary drawn from mid-century French eroticism, and it is unambiguous in its subject matter while remaining more suggestive than explicit. The video for Drunk in Love is shot with the kind of naturalistic spontaneity that suggests hours of careful planning. The video for Haunted is a stylized art horror piece that owes something to Kubrick. The video for Superpower, which features Frank Ocean and a cast that includes real activists, has the feel of a movement rather than a performance. What Beyoncé is building, across all 17 of these videos, is a visual language. It is Black, it is feminine, it is Southern in its roots and global in its aspirations. It pulls from the aesthetics of fashion photography and cinema and music video traditions that stretch back decades, and it synthesizes them into something that feels unmistakably hers. The visual album as a form is not entirely new in 2013. Artists have experimented with long-form visual accompaniments to music before. But the scale and the deliberateness of what Beyoncé does here is unprecedented at this level of the pop landscape, and it will redefine what the form is capable of. By the morning of December 13, 2013, the internet is in something approaching collective disbelief. Music journalists, who had gone to sleep on Thursday night, awakened to find the cultural landscape completely rearranged. The album is everywhere simultaneously, on social media, in group chats, in think pieces that begin appearing within hours of the release. The conversation is not about a single. There is no single to debate. The conversation is about the whole thing, all at once, which is precisely what Beyoncé intended. Billboard, which had long measured cultural impact through the mechanics of radio play and retail sales, finds its traditional metrics strained to accommodate what is happening. The album had been withheld from streaming services at launch. It was an iTunes exclusive for a period, which adds another dimension to the disruption. She had circumvented not just the traditional promotional cycle, but also the emerging conventions of the streaming era. She had done what she wanted to do, and she had done it on her own terms, and the industry that thought it understood its own rules would spend the next several months trying to catch up. The response from her peers, and from critics, is swift and largely unambiguous in its recognition of what she has accomplished. The word game changer appears so many times in the days following the release that it begins to feel inadequate. What she has changed is not just the game of how to release an album. She has changed the understanding of what an album can be, what it can carry, how many conversations it can hold at once. The performances that follow the release carry the same energy of controlled revelation. She performs at the Grammy Awards in January 2014 with Jay-Z, the two of them opening with Drunk in Love, in a performance that is immediately recognized as one of the most self-possessed moments in the ceremony's history. A married couple performing their own desire for each other on the most watched music awards stage in the world without apology or equivocation. She begins what will become known as the Mrs. Carter Show World Tour. Though it had technically begun before the album release, the December drop reframes the tour's final legs entirely, turning them into something closer to a victory lap and a continuation of the artistic statement. The tour itself is an extension of the visual language she has been developing. The staging is monumental. The lighting design, using LED technologies in configurations that had not been attempted at this scale, creates an environment that feels less like a concert and more like a total sensory experience. She performs for hours. She performs with a precision that coexists somehow with apparent joy. She performs as if what she is doing is both the most natural thing in the world and the most important thing she has ever attempted. And it is the combination of these two qualities that makes watching her something close to overwhelming. The critical reception of the self-titled album, which had been enthusiastic from the first hours, only deepens as writers and scholars and listeners spend more time with the work. Essays appear not just in music publications, but in academic journals, in cultural criticism venues, in feminist theory contexts. The embedding of Adicie's TED Talk sparks conversations about the relationship between feminism and pop stardom that reach well beyond the audience who might have listened to the album otherwise. Teachers begin assigning the album in courses on gender and media. The work has escaped the boundaries of the entertainment industry entirely and entered something wider. In the months following the release, Beyoncé moves with what might be called a kind of purposeful restraint. She gives relatively few interviews. She allows the work to speak. When she does speak publicly, she is direct and considered, and she continues to make choices that frame her artistry in terms she controls. She engages with the conversation about feminism, the word she had claimed so publicly on Flawless, with a specificity that challenges those who might prefer a more decorative version of the stance. She talks about the ways in which she has had to negotiate her own ambition within a culture that often punishes ambition in women. She talks about what it means to own your story. By the time 2014 is nearing its close, and she is beginning to move toward what will become the next iteration of her work, it is possible to see the self-titled album not just as a singular artistic achievement, but as a strategic and philosophical reorientation. She has declared, through the act of making and releasing this album, that her creative decisions are not subject to the conventional logic of the industry. She has demonstrated, by succeeding so thoroughly while disregarding the established playbook, that the established playbook was never as necessary as everyone believed. She has also done something subtler and perhaps more durable. By centering her own interiority, her experience of motherhood, her relationship, her body, her history, her fears and desires, she has made a case for the interior lives of Black women as worthy of the most serious and ambitious artistic treatment. This is not, of course, a case that had never been made before. The tradition of Black women artists, insisting on the fullness and complexity of their own humanity, is long and rich and goes back long before Beyoncé. But it had rarely been made at this scale, with this level of craft, through this degree of cultural saturation. The album does not merely reach the people who seek out music as art. It reaches everyone. It reaches the 14-year-old who discovers it through a friend's Instagram story and spends an afternoon watching all 17 videos in sequence, and walks away with something shifted in her understanding of what a woman can do and say and claim. It reaches the music industry executive, who must now genuinely reckon with the possibility that the infrastructure he manages may not be as necessary as he thought. It reaches the critic, who has been writing about pop music for 20 years and finds himself unsure for the first time in a long time whether his existing frameworks are adequate to what he is encountering. As 2015 opens, Beyoncé returns to the stage with the kind of performance that has become her signature. The Super Bowl is behind her, the Grammys are in front of her, and everywhere she appears, she carries with her the gravity of what she has put into the world. She performs at the February ceremony alongside Nicki Minaj and Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, whose words appear in literal light behind her. The word feminist, writ large in illuminated letters, the room going absolutely still for a moment before the music resumes and the audience erupts. She has claimed the word. She has put it in lights. She has made it impossible for anyone watching to separate the performer from the position. And in doing so, she has extended the argument of the album into the live space, making the concert stage itself a site of assertion. Throughout 2015, as she manages the ongoing cultural conversation around the album and prepares for what she senses will be an even more ambitious next chapter, she is also watching the world. She is watching the news. She is watching the videos that have been circulating of Black men and women dying at the hands of law enforcement, watching the movement that is gathering around these losses, watching the way the culture is being asked, or is asking itself, to confront questions of race and power and justice with a directness that had been absent from mainstream conversation for years. She is taking notes. She is listening. The self-titled album had been, among other things, an exercise in the personal as political, a demonstration that the act of a Black woman centering her own desires and fears and relationships and body was itself a political act, that it required a kind of courage, that the resistance it would meet was not incidental but structural. What she is beginning to understand, in these months of watching and listening, is that the next step of that argument will need to be more explicit. The next step will need to go further into history, further into the specific texture of the American experience of Blackness, further into the kind of anger that had been present in her work but present at the edges, present as implication. But that is still ahead. What is present, in these years between the December drop and whatever comes next, is the fact of what she has made and what it has done. The album sits in the culture like a landmark, not a monument to herself exactly, but a marker in time, a way of saying, here is what was possible in this moment, and here is what was done with that possibility. She turns 33 in 2014. She has been performing professionally for more than 2 decades. She has been famous for more than half of her life. And yet the self-titled album does not feel like the work of someone coasting on what she has already built. It feels like the work of someone arriving, not at a destination, because she does not appear to think in those terms, but at a new level of understanding of what she is capable of and why it matters. The industry she has disrupted continues to reckon with what she has demonstrated. Labels begin studying the mechanics of her December release, trying to understand which elements could be replicated and which were specific to the particular chemistry of who she is and what she had built over decades of credibility and connection. Artists begin to talk openly about wanting to do what she did. Some will try. A few will succeed in interesting ways. But the particular alchemy of the original moment, the scale, the secrecy, the artistry, the timing, the cultural readiness, will not be duplicated because it cannot be duplicated. It was not a strategy that could be extracted from the woman who executed it. It was an expression of who that woman was. Beyoncé has always understood, on some level that might precede conscious articulation, that her power lies not just in talent, but in trust. The trust of an audience that has watched her grow up, that has followed her from the girl groups of Houston to the stages of the world, that has made peace with the fact that she does not give everything away but believes, nonetheless, that what she gives is real. That trust is the thing that makes the midnight drop possible. Without it, the silence before the release would have felt like abandonment. With it, the silence feels like anticipation. Like something is coming. Like she has been building toward exactly this, and she is ready, and you are going to want to be awake for it. And then the door opens, and there it is. 14 songs. 17 videos. A woman in full possession of herself, standing at the intersection of everything she has ever been and everything she has decided to become, offering the whole thing at once, in the dark, without apology. The world wakes up, and nothing about how music is made and released and understood is entirely the same. That is the thing about a real disruption. It is not announced in advance. It is not managed by committee. It does not ask permission. It arrives in the night while everyone is sleeping, and by morning it is simply the new reality, the new baseline, the new thing against which everything else will now be measured. She did not make the world wait for it. She did not tease it or drip it, or manage the anticipation over months of careful engineered suspense. She made it. She made it fully and carefully, and with everything she had. And then she gave it all at once. That is the lesson. Not the strategy, but the intention behind the strategy. Not the midnight drop, but the understanding that the work, when it is ready, when it is whole, when it says what it needs to say, deserves to arrive complete. Beyoncé has always known how to wait. She has always known how to work in the spaces where the cameras are not pointed. She has always understood that what you choose not to show can be as powerful as what you choose to reveal. In December of 2013, she reveals everything. And the world is changed by it. Chapter 8. Lemonade and Marital Reckonings, 2016-2017. The year begins not with a whisper, but with a thunderclap. It is February 7, 2016, and the city of Santa Clara, California, holds its breath inside the walls of Levi's Stadium. 50,000 people have taken their seats for Super Bowl 50, the grandest annual spectacle in American culture. A collision of sport and entertainment that draws over 100 million viewers to their screens. The halftime show is always its own event within the event, a moment when the world pauses its popcorn and leans forward. Tonight, the headliner is Coldplay. But the night belongs to someone else entirely. She arrives in formation. The stage erupts and there she is, Beyoncé Knowles Carter, dressed in a black leather bodysuit, the silhouette of a Black Panther, surrounded by a regiment of dancers whose costumes echo the same defiant spirit. Their berets tilt at angles that are not accidental. Their fists rise in gestures that are not incidental. Every element has been deliberated, designed, and deployed with the precision of someone who understands that a stage this large is also a canvas, and a canvas this visible is also a statement. She performs Formation, a song that had been released only the day before, 24 hours of existence, and already it has cracked the culture open. The lyrics are dense with imagery that Black America recognizes on contact. The New Orleans vernacular, the hot sauce in the bag, the allusion to the Superdome during Hurricane Katrina, the pride in a nose broad and features unfiltered by the whitening gaze of mainstream beauty standards. The song does not ask for permission. It announces itself. The reaction is immediate and polarized. By the time the game clock resumes, social media is already fracturing along familiar lines. Some viewers celebrate what they have just witnessed as a long overdue reclamation. A black woman standing at the center of the world's biggest stage and refusing to code switch, refusing to soften, refusing to present a version of herself calibrated for comfort. Others are outraged, calling the performance political, divisive, anti-police. An organization of police officers calls for a boycott. Rudy Giuliani goes on television and says the NFL should not be used as a platform for a political statement. But Beyoncé has already left the building. She does not engage with the criticism directly. She rarely does. Instead, she lets the work speak in its own register at its own volume and moves toward what comes next. What comes next is everything. For months, something has been building in private, not in studios exactly, though studios are involved, but in a space closer to the interior, closer to the bone. She has been working on something that does not yet have a name but has a shape: raw, cinematic, confessional, and collective. It is personal in the way that great art is always personal, meaning it begins in the specific and arrives at the universal. It is political in the way that Black women's lives are always political, meaning the personal cannot be separated from the historical. And it is musical in the way that Beyoncé's best work is always musical, meaning it refuses to stay in one genre because the human experience it is drawing from refuses to be contained. The album is called Lemonade, and it arrives on April 23, 2016, not with a press release, not with a single, not with a radio rollout, but with an hour-long film that premieres on HBO without warning, without precedent, and without parallel in the history of American popular music. To watch Lemonade for the first time is to be overtaken. The film opens in darkness, in silence, and then, a young Black woman in a yellow dress, standing on a rooftop, leaning over the edge. Her voice is low, almost tender. "Please don't leave me," she says. And then she steps off, and the image dissolves into water, cascading, swallowing, surrounding, and what you are watching is no longer a music video. You are inside something. You are inside grief or fury or longing. You are inside a woman's reckoning with the possibility that the person she has trusted most has betrayed her most completely. The album unfolds in chapters: intuition, denial, anger, apathy, emptiness, accountability, reformation, forgiveness, resurrection, hope, redemption. A structure borrowed from the emotional architecture of grief itself, and from a framework drawn partly from Kubler-Ross and partly from something older, more ancestral, something passed between Black women in kitchens and churches and whispered prayers. The chapters give the work its emotional logic, its refusal to resolve too quickly, its insistence that healing is not linear and is not clean. Hold Up arrives in a burst of yellow, Beyoncé in that now iconic flowing dress, the color of lemons and sunlight and rage barely contained behind a smile, strolling through a street with a baseball bat she has named Hot Sauce. She swings it into car windows, fire hydrants, surveillance cameras. She is smiling. The smile is the most frightening thing in the frame. It is the smile of a woman who has spent years performing contentment and has just decided, quietly but irrevocably, to stop. The song's production is warm and breezy, almost dancehall, almost playful, and that dissonance between form and content is the point. Fury can wear a yellow dress. Fury can look exactly like a woman you thought you knew. Don't Hurt Yourself is something else altogether. It is Led Zeppelin at the foundation. Jack White's guitar churning underneath a vocal performance that strips away every layer of polish and professionalism Beyoncé has spent 2 decades building. What is left is something primal. "Who the hell do you think I am?" she sings, and the question is not rhetorical. It is a demand for accounting. It is a woman holding up a mirror and refusing to let anyone look away. But here is what makes Lemonade more than a divorce album, more than a public processing of private pain. It refuses to stay private. Threading through the film are the voices and faces of other women, Black women specifically, whose stories are woven into the visual and lyrical fabric of the work with an intentionality that transforms the personal into the communal. The images are saturated, painterly, referencing the visual tradition of Kara Walker and Julie Dash and Gordon Parks. Women walk through Louisiana swamps in white dresses that trail in the water. Women sit on porches that have held generations of sitting and waiting and watching. An elderly woman speaks in a voice that carries the weight of decades. I had my ups and downs, but I always find the inner strength to pull myself up. And then, in one of the most quietly devastating sequences of the film, several women stand holding photographs of their children who have been killed. Leslie McSpadden holds a photograph of her son, Michael Brown. Sabrina Fulton holds a photograph of her son, Trayvon Martin. Gwen Carr holds a photograph of her son, Eric Garner. They look into the camera without speaking. They do not need to speak. The image speaks in a register beyond language. It places the album's private grief inside the public grief of a community that has been losing its children and receiving in return not justice, but hashtags and press conferences and verdicts that make no sense to anyone watching from the street. This is the genius and the audacity of Lemonade. It insists that the personal pain of one woman and the collective pain of a people are not separate categories. That the betrayal in a marriage and the betrayal of a country are not unrelated. That a woman standing in a yellow dress with a baseball bat and a woman standing at a podium demanding accountability for her child's death are both performing the same essential act, the refusal to accept a version of the story in which their suffering is invisible or irrelevant. The spoken word passages that connect the musical chapters are drawn primarily from the poetry of Somali-British poet Warsan Shire, and they are extraordinary, dense with image, lush with grief, precise in their cruelty and their tenderness. He is a lion. I am a field of wheat. A gentle breeze. A tempest. The language is not pop language. It does not simplify. It does not reach for the accessible at the expense of the true. It trusts the listener to follow where it leads, and the listener overwhelmingly does. Pray You Catch Me opens the album in a voice barely above a whisper. Sorry arrives in a minor key, and a dance sequence set in a parking garage. Cheerleaders in uniforms that subvert and reclaim the form. The song's tongue-in-cheek apology, actually a refusal to apologize. A declaration that she is done minimizing herself to make space for someone else's ego. Freedom closes the album's most explicitly political stretch. Beyoncé and Kendrick Lamar trading verses over a sample of Eddie James and the Restoration Worship Singers, the track building from gospel roots into something that is simultaneously a civil rights anthem and a personal manifesto. The two strands wound so tightly together they become inseparable. There is also Sand Castles, which is perhaps the most naked moment on the record. Beyoncé at a piano, her voice cracking on specific syllables, the crack not edited out, not smoothed over, left there deliberately so that you can hear exactly where the wound is. She has spent her entire career perfecting the performance of emotion. This is not performance. This is the thing itself, and the fact that it exists on a major label album released to the entire world is an act of courage that is difficult to overstate. The question that hangs over all of it, that the media cannot stop asking, and that Beyoncé will not answer directly, is, who is Becky with the good hair? The lyric appears in Sorry, casual, devastating, almost throwaway in its delivery, and it detonates across popular culture with the force of something far more concentrated. The speculation is instant and relentless. Names are floated. Connections are drawn. Fashion designers, models, and public figures find themselves suddenly, unwillingly, in the crosshairs of a fandom that has been handed what it believes is a clue. One woman, a designer who had briefly worked with Jay-Z's label, finds her Instagram comments overrun. She issues a public statement, distancing herself from the narrative. Her statement is not enough for everyone. Jay-Z says nothing publicly. His silence is, of course, its own statement. What is remarkable is how Beyoncé navigates the impossible position she has placed herself in. She has made the most confessional album of her career, one that appears to detail her husband's infidelity in explicit and devastating terms, and yet she refuses to confirm or deny the specific events it describes. She sits in interviews, when she does sit for interviews, which is rarely, and deflects with a serenity that seems almost supernatural. She speaks about the album in terms of archetypes, in terms of the universal feminine experience, in terms of her grandmother and her mother and her daughter, all 3 generations threaded through the work. And this is, perhaps, the most sophisticated thing about the entire Lemonade project. It gives the listener permission to decide how autobiographical it is. For women who have been betrayed by partners, the album is a mirror and a companion. For women who have been betrayed by systems, the album is a flag and a fist. For women who have stood at the intersection of both, which is to say, for most Black women in America, the album is something closer to a testament. The critical response is historic. Lemonade receives the highest aggregate critical score of any album released that year. It wins multiple Grammy nominations. It wins the Peabody Award for Excellence in Electronic Media, the first album by a solo artist to do so. It is written about in academic journals, preached about from pulpits, taught in university courses. The New Yorker runs multiple pieces. The New York Times devotes substantial real estate. A cultural conversation erupts that encompasses musicology, critical race theory, feminist theory, marital therapy, and the semiotics of yellow dresses. But perhaps more significantly, it changes the conversation around Beyoncé herself. For years, she had been the subject of a peculiar criticism from certain quarters of Black intellectual and cultural discourse, the argument that she was too polished, too commercial, too mainstream, too much a product of the entertainment industrial complex to be a genuine voice of Black experience. That she benefited from a proximity to whiteness, in her skin tone, in her crossover appeal, in her marketing, that compromised her ability to speak authentically to or for Black America. Lemonade does not respond to this criticism by acknowledging it. It responds by making it irrelevant. There is nothing in the album that hedges or softens or reaches across the aisle. There is nothing that attempts to explain Black experience to a non-Black audience. The album is addressed first and always to Black women specifically, and to anyone else willing to meet it on its own terms. It takes the position, rarely taken in mainstream American pop, that Black women's interior lives are worthy of exploration without translation, without apology, without the intermediary of making it accessible to the white gaze. In this sense, Lemonade is a political act as much as an artistic one. And it arrives in a political moment, 2016, that is itself at the edge of something seismic. The spring and summer of that year are defined by the continued urgency of the Black Lives Matter movement, by a presidential campaign unlike anything in modern American political history, by a national argument about whose lives count and whose pain registers and whose stories get told and in what rooms and by whom. Into this argument, Lemonade drops like a stone into still water, and the rings spread outward and outward and outward, touching things no one expected them to reach. There are churches in the American South that play Freedom at Sunday services. There are women who play Hold Up on repeat in the days after leaving relationships that were slowly erasing them. There are girls who are shown the film by mothers who cannot find other words for what they want to pass on. Something about dignity, something about anger as a legitimate response, something about the refusal to disappear. In the midst of all of it, Beyoncé begins the Formation World Tour, which runs from April through October of 2016 and grosses over $250 million, making it one of the highest-grossing tours in history by a female artist. The shows are themselves extensions of the Lemonade visual universe. Elaborate, cinematic, politically charged, with staging that includes imagery drawn from Black Lives Matter protests, from New Orleans flood zones, from African spiritual traditions. Audiences in arenas across America and Europe and Australia stand and watch and feel something that crosses the line between entertainment and experience. She performs in high heels and elaborate costumes while pregnant, though the public does not know yet. She carries the knowledge of new life inside her during performances that are about, in part, the near destruction of a life she thought she had. The duality is, again, Beyoncé, the ability to hold multiple truths simultaneously without letting any of them simplify the others. In February 2017, she stands at the Grammy Awards and delivers a performance so overwhelming in its imagery, pregnant, draped in gold, surrounded by women in a tableau that references the Black Madonna and Ocean, the Yoruba goddess of love and fertility and rivers, that it temporarily short-circuits the internet's capacity to respond. She is nominated for Album of the Year. She does not win. Adele wins, and Adele, in her acceptance speech, says that she cannot accept the award, that the Album of the Year belongs to Lemonade, that what Beyoncé made is a generational work. The moment is genuine and generous, and it is also, somehow, exactly the right punctuation for the night, the acknowledgement of the award's failure to see clearly, delivered by the award's own recipient. The loss generates its own conversation, one that has no clean ending. About the Recording Academy, about the genres and aesthetics that get coded as serious versus commercial, about the ways that Black excellence is simultaneously celebrated and undervalued by the same institutions. Beyoncé herself attends the ceremony and receives each moment, the performance, the loss, the night's unexpected emotional turns, with a composure that is so complete it reads as something beyond composure. It reads as a woman who has long since made peace with the fact that her work will always be evaluated by standards she did not help design and cannot fully control. And yet the work endures. And yet the work reaches. By the end of 2017, Lemonade has been named to the permanent collection of cultural institutions. It has been cited in congressional testimony about media representation. It has inspired a generation of artists who cite it as proof that you do not have to choose between the personal and the political, between the commercial and the uncompromising, between the accessible and the true. But there is one more thing that happens in this period that belongs in any accounting of these years, one more event that takes place not on a stage or in a studio but in the most private possible register, and yet becomes, because of who Beyoncé is and what Lemonade has established, a matter of public record. In June 2017, she gives birth to twins, a girl and a boy named Rumi and Sir Carter. The announcement comes via Instagram. A photograph by the photographer Awal Arizka, Beyoncé in a veil of flowers, cradling her swollen belly with an expression that is equal parts Marian serenity and warrior goddess, surrounded by blooms of every color, the background dense with tropical lushness. The image is instantly one of the most liked photographs in the history of the platform. But what the image says, beyond its formal beauty, beyond its staging and its intention, is something simpler and more lasting, that this woman, who has spent the last 2 years laying bare her grief and her fury and her healing in the most public manner imaginable, has arrived somewhere. Not at resolution, exactly. Not at the tidy ending that pop culture loves to impose on its heroines. But at a moment of fullness, of continuation, of new life arriving even in the midst of and because of and after all of it. She names her daughter Rumi, after the 13th century Sufi poet whose work is about the relationship between the soul and the divine, about longing and completion, about love as the force that breaks you open so that something truer can enter. She names her son Sir, a name that carries its own quiet authority, its own refusal to diminish. The children join Blue Ivy, who is now 5 years old and has already appeared in recordings and performances, and has already, in the particular way of children who are born into visibility, begun to develop her own presence in the world. The family is now, undeniably, a dynasty, a cultural institution in its own right, a unit whose internal negotiations and conflicts and reconciliations have been, at least in part, made public through the most ambitious artistic project of the decade. Jay-Z, in the months following the release of Lemonade, has said almost nothing. But he is working. He is working on something of his own, in the same mode of radical transparency that his wife has established, and the world does not yet know what it is. That accounting will come. But it is not yet time. What is time, what belongs to this moment, is the recognition that something irreversible has happened in American culture, that a woman at the peak of commercial success and mainstream recognition has chosen, at enormous personal and professional risk, to make the most honest thing she has ever made, and that in doing so she has expanded what pop music is allowed to say, what it is allowed to reach for, what kind of truth it is allowed to hold. Lemonade is the end of something, and the beginning of something else. It is the end of the version of Beyoncé that could be understood simply, as a performer, as a brand, as a surface of extraordinary skill and beauty and work ethic. And it is the beginning of something harder to name and impossible to dismiss, a body of work that insists on the full complexity of a Black woman's inner life as worthy material for art. The lemons are on the table. The lemonade has been made. And it is sweet and tart in equal measure, which is the only honest recipe for anything real. Chapter 9, Homecomings and Shared Legacies, 2018 to 2021. The desert air carries something electric in April of 2018. It moves through the crowd at the Empire Polo Club in Indio, California, not as wind exactly, but as anticipation. A collective held breath that settles over the hundreds of thousands gathered at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival. The sun has dropped behind the Santa Rosa Mountains. The sky deepens from burnt orange to violet, to the particular darkness that belongs only to the desert night. And somewhere, behind the massive main stage, in a world hidden from the audience by curtains and scaffolding, and the organized choreography of a production months in the making, Beyoncé Giselle Knowles Carter stands at the threshold of something no one who witnesses it will ever fully forget. She has been preparing for this moment for longer than most people know. The invitation to headline Coachella had first come in 2017, and she had accepted it with the focused certainty of someone who already knows what she intends to build. But then pregnancy arrived, twins Rumi and Sir born in June of 2017, and the timeline shifted. The performance was rescheduled to 2018, and what the world interpreted as a delay was in fact something closer to destiny rearranging itself. The extra year does not diminish her preparation. It deepens it. She uses the time not simply to rehearse, but to research, to study, to understand the particular weight she intends to carry onto that stage on behalf of something far larger than any single performance. Because what Beyoncé is building at Coachella is not a concert. It is an argument. It is a monument. It is an act of cultural restitution delivered with such precision and grace that its full meaning will unfold over months and years, long after the last reverberations of sound have faded from the desert. She assembles a band unlike anything Coachella's main stage has hosted before. Over 200 performers, dancers, musicians, drum majors, flag carriers, vocalists, are recruited, rehearsed, integrated into a vision so complex and so deliberately structured that the stage itself must be redesigned to accommodate it. The iconic pyramid that becomes the show's central image is constructed not merely as scenery, but as symbol. The historically Black college and university, the HBCU, its homecoming traditions, its marching bands, its step competitions, its particular genius of collective excellence, becomes the organizing principle of the entire evening. Beyoncé does not simply reference Black culture at Coachella. She installs it, fully and unapologetically, at the center of the most watched music festival stage in the world. The drumline strikes first. That is what the audience hears before they see anything resolved. The rhythmic thunder of percussion, precise and commanding, filling the bowl of the outdoor amphitheater with a sound that is both ancient and utterly immediate. And then the stage lights resolve, and the scale of what has been assembled becomes visible all at once. The brass section. The dancers in formation. The sheer human mass of a performance, conceived as community made visible. The crowd does not merely cheer. It reorganizes itself emotionally, becomes something other than what it was 30 seconds before. When Beyoncé appears, resplendent in a custom Balmain ensemble of gold and black, hair swept back, the commanding authority of her presence filling every cubic foot of the space before her, the roar that greets her is not simply enthusiasm. It is recognition. The audience understands, in that collective instant, that they are present for something that exceeds the ordinary category of live performance. She opens with Crazy in Love, and the familiar opening horns, combined with the scale of the band behind her, turn a song everyone already knows into something they are hearing for the first time. This is the alchemy she performs, the transformation of the familiar into the profound through sheer force of context and intention. Over the next approximately 2 hours, she moves through a performance that is simultaneously a concert, a historical reclamation, a tribute, and a thesis. The set incorporates the work of Nina Simone. It features performances of Lift Every Voice and Sing, the hymn, historically known as the Black National Anthem, delivered with the kind of solemn ceremony that insists on its own gravity. Step teams perform. A marching band drills with the precision of athletes. Members of Destiny's Child, Michelle Williams and Kelly Rowland, take the stage together for the first time in years, and the audience's emotional response to that reunion functions as its own kind of data point about memory and belonging, and the specific tenderness that exists between women who built something extraordinary together in their youth. The set design, the costumes, the choreography, the musical selections, every element is encoded with reference and meaning. Egyptian imagery runs through the visual language of the show, positioning Beyoncé within a lineage of Black female power that stretches back across centuries and across continents. The letters of the historically Black Greek letter organizations appear. The call and response traditions of the HBCU homecoming are deployed as structural elements of the performance itself, inviting the audience into a participatory role usually reserved for those who have lived these traditions. What she creates is a gift, and also an education, and also a declaration. She is the first Black woman to headline Coachella's main stage. She is aware of this fact. She builds the performance around it, not as grievance but as occasion. An occasion to demonstrate with painstaking specificity the richness and complexity and genius of the culture that produced her. Every journalist who covers it, every viewer who streams it, every person who was not present at Coachella but encounters the footage in the weeks and months that follow, receives an education in something that was always there, always magnificent, always deserving of this kind of visibility. The critical response is immediate and near unanimous. The performance is described, across media and in the cultural conversation that flows through social platforms and private conversations alike, as among the greatest live performances in the history of the festival. The word historic appears so frequently in coverage that it briefly loses its force before reasserting it, because the performance keeps demanding that it be re-evaluated. The cultural shorthand, Beychella, enters the language almost immediately, a neologism born of collective recognition that what has occurred requires its own name. Netflix is watching. The deal that results produces Homecoming, a film by Beyoncé, released in April of 2019, exactly 1 year after the performance itself. She directs the documentary herself, and what emerges is something that transcends the category of concert film. It is a meditation on process, on motherhood, on the particular physical and psychological demands of performance at the highest level. It captures rehearsal footage, backstage moments, and interspersed passages from a range of thinkers and writers, including Toni Morrison, Maya Angelou, and Malcolm X, that contextualizes the work within the broader sweep of Black intellectual and artistic life. The film opens with a quote from the poet and activist, Warsan Shire. It closes with the sense that something has been preserved, catalogued, offered to the future as evidence of what was possible. The accompanying live album, also titled Homecoming, drops the same day as the film. It captures the sonic architecture of the Coachella performance with a fidelity that allows listeners to inhabit the experience rather than merely recall it. It debuted at #1 in multiple countries. But the numbers, as with most of what Beyoncé produces in this period, tell only the smallest part of the story. Even as the reverberations of Coachella continue to spread outward through the culture, she is already at work on the next thing. The marriage between Beyoncé and Jay-Z, born Sean Corey Carter, the Brooklyn-raised rapper whose career trajectory mirrors and intersects with her own across decades, has itself become a kind of ongoing artistic collaboration, each artist's work reflecting and responding to the others. Lemonade, released in 2016, had placed the tensions and grief and ultimate regeneration of that marriage at its center. Jay-Z's own subsequent album, 444, released in 2017, had offered his reckoning, an unflinching accounting of his failures as a partner, delivered in a lyrical register of unusual emotional directness for any artist, let alone one who had built an entire persona around invulnerability. The world had observed this artistic dialogue with the complex intimacy of people watching a couple process something real and painful through the medium of their art. And now, in the summer of 2018, the couple answers the natural next question: what comes after grief and reckoning, after the accounting has been completed and the choice to remain has been made? The answer is Everything is Love. Released in June of 2018, under the combined name The Carters, a nomenclature that asserts marital identity without diminishing individual artistry, the album arrives without traditional announcement or rollout. It drops during the weekend of the Grammy Awards, a timing so strategically precise that it functions simultaneously as release and statement. The couple had performed at the ceremony, and the album's appearance in the immediate wake of that performance ensures that the conversation about it begins while the audience's attention is already fully engaged. Everything is Love is a different kind of Beyoncé project from anything that has preceded it, and also a different kind of Jay-Z project. It is at its core an album about the life that comes after the storm, the specific texture of choosing a person fully, with clear eyes, after everything has been examined and named. The music sprawls across sonic landscapes that range from the exuberant to the meditative, incorporating production that nods simultaneously toward trap, toward classic soul, toward the kind of opulent minimalism that is the signature of collaborators like No ID, who serves as executive producer. The song Ape Shit becomes the album's defining moment of popular visibility, and the music video accompanying it is itself an artistic event. Shot inside the Louvre Museum in Paris, after hours with the collections as backdrop and set design, the video positions the Carters amid some of the most celebrated works of Western art history. They move through rooms containing the Venus de Milo, the Mona Lisa, the Winged Victory of Samothrace. Dozens of dancers perform in formation before these works. The visual juxtaposition is not subtle, and it is not meant to be. Black excellence, Black beauty, Black creative power, occupying with complete authority the spaces historically reserved for a different kind of cultural narrative. The visual reference points in apeshit include Jacques-Louis David's Portrait of Napoleon, the works of Eugene Delacroix, the magnificent gilded ceiling of the Denon Wing. The video's direction, handled by Ricky Sayes with Beyoncé and Jay-Z serving as creative directors, deploys this material with the confidence of people who understand not just art history, but the politics embedded within it, who gets to be represented in these halls, whose stories are told in these paintings, whose beauty has historically been centered or erased. To stand before the Mona Lisa with this kind of authority is to refuse, with extreme elegance, a very old exclusion. The Carters take Everything is Love on tour, the On the Run 2 tour, a stadium trek across North America and Europe that becomes one of the highest-grossing concert tours in history. The production is enormous, the staging ambitious in ways that push stadium show design to new territory. But the emotional center of the tour is something quieter than spectacle. The visible presence of a marriage that has moved through fire and emerged with its foundations more visible, not less. Audiences do not simply attend a concert. They witness, in some form, the ongoing narrative of two people who chose each other again. The year 2019 carries a different weight. It is the year of The Lion King. The 2019 live-action adaptation of the beloved 1994 animated film is among the most anticipated films of its kind. A Disney project with a cast of extraordinary scope and a director, Jon Favreau, whose translation of animated properties into live action had already demonstrated both commercial reliability and genuine emotional resonance. Beyoncé voices Nala, the childhood companion and eventual partner of Simba, and her presence in the project is announced months in advance, contributing to anticipation that reaches levels unusual even for Disney releases. But her contribution to The Lion King extends far beyond the voice performance. She conceives, curates, and executive produces The Lion King, The Gift, a companion album released the same day as the film in July of 2019. The album is her response to the material, not a standard film soundtrack with incidental score and featured songs, but a fully realized artistic project that uses the thematic landscape of the film as an entry point into African musical traditions. It brings together an extraordinary range of African and African diaspora artists: Burna Boy, Tiwa Savage, Wizkid, Yemi Alade, Shatta Wale, and many others, alongside American artists including Childish Gambino and Kendrick Lamar. The scope of the collaboration is genuinely global. The Gift does not behave like a soundtrack album. It has its own internal logic, its own emotional arc, its own identity as a piece of work that can be inhabited independently of the film it accompanies. The production reflects a depth of engagement with African sonic traditions, Afrobeats, Afropop, their complex relationships to American R&B and hip-hop that signals something more than curatorial competence. It signals genuine study, genuine love. Beyoncé has been listening, absorbing, learning, and what results is a project that functions as a bridge between American audiences and African musical artists who deserved far wider international visibility, between the familiar world of Disney and the extraordinarily rich world of contemporary African popular music. The critical reception is, as with most of her work, a matter of genuine engagement rather than routine review. Writers who cover both mainstream popular music and the specific traditions she is drawing from take the album seriously as a statement about African music's relationship to the global conversation. The artists featured speak in interviews about what the collaboration meant for their own visibility, about the particular effect of being included in a project with this level of international reach. Beyoncé is not simply a megastar attaching her name to a trend. She is a curator acting with intentionality, using her cultural position to amplify voices that have, in many cases, been producing extraordinary work in relative obscurity from a Western mainstream perspective. The song Spirit, featured in the film and on The Gift, becomes one of the defining pieces of this period of her career. Its scale is orchestral, its emotional register both intimate and cosmic. A song about home and belonging and the particular pull of origin, written and performed by someone who understands what it means to carry a lineage into every room she enters. The music video, directed by Beyoncé herself, uses landscape footage of Africa alongside performance elements in a visual language that insists on the continent's beauty and complexity rather than reducing it to backdrop or symbol. The pandemic arrives in March of 2020, and the world stops. The particular silence of that first lockdown spring is without precedent in living memory. Entire industries halted, movement constrained, the social fabric that had organized daily existence suspended in ways that felt, to many people, permanently altered. For artists who work in the domain of live performance, whose entire relationship to their art is mediated through the presence of other human beings in physical space, the implications are profound and disorienting. Beyoncé uses the time in ways consistent with her working method. She observes, absorbs, and creates. The pandemic does not silence her. It focuses her. And what emerges from the concentrated pressure of that period is Black is King, released on Disney Plus in July of 2020. The project is described as a visual album and film, and the description, while accurate, undersells it. It is a mythology, an attempt to construct, through visual language and music, a world in which Blackness is not merely included or celebrated, but positioned as the foundational aesthetic and spiritual principle. Black is King uses the narrative scaffolding of The Lion King, the journey of a young king towards self-knowledge and his inheritance, as a frame within which to assemble imagery and music of extraordinary scope and beauty. It was shot across locations in South Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, the United Kingdom, Belgium, and the United States. The costuming, handled by a team of collaborators, including Versace and many African designers, operates as a form of visual argument about the richness and diversity of African aesthetic traditions. Every frame is composed with the density of painting, each image aware of its relationship to the others, to the history of Black representation in visual media, to the particular responsibilities of someone with Beyoncé's reach and intentionality. The film features performances from the artists included on The Gift, and their integration into the visual language of the project gives Black is King the quality of a genuine collective work rather than a single artist's vanity project. Lupita Nyong'o appears. Kelly Rowland appears. Naomi Campbell appears. The cultural breadth of the cast mirrors the musical breadth of the album it accompanies, constructing a vision of the African diaspora as something genuinely global, held together not by geography but by shared aesthetics and shared history. The moment in Black is King that most fully crystallizes its ambitions arrives in its treatment of the concept of the ancestor. Again and again, the film returns to the idea of lineage, the continuous thread connecting the present to the past, the living to those who preceded them, the current moment to all the moments that made it possible. This is not merely a thematic preoccupation. It is a framework for understanding what Beyoncé is doing across this entire period of her career. She's not simply making music and films. She's constructing an ongoing argument about inheritance, about what has been given, what has been taken, what must be reclaimed, and what it means to pass something forward. The release of Black is King arrives in the specific context of a summer defined by the murder of George Floyd on May 25, 2020, and the protests that followed, the largest civil rights demonstrations in American history, a global reckoning with anti-Black racism that brought millions into streets across dozens of countries. Beyoncé had responded directly and immediately to Floyd's death, releasing a statement and then, on June 19, Juneteenth, releasing a new song, Black Parade, a celebration of Black culture delivered in a spirit of both joy and determination. The song's proceeds are directed to small Black-owned businesses through the Big Black Business Impact Fund. Black is King, arriving 6 weeks after Black Parade, carries the weight of that moment without being reduced to it. It was in production long before Floyd's death, long before the summer's protests. But its arrival in that specific context gives it an additional charge, the sense that the work had been building toward this moment of visibility, that what Beyoncé had been creating across this entire period had anticipated, in some creative and spiritual sense, the necessity of exactly this kind of affirmation. The year 2020 ends differently than it began, which is true of virtually everyone alive during it. The pandemic has redistributed time, altered relationships, changed the texture of daily existence in ways that will take years to fully understand. But it has also, in ways that feel meaningful rather than merely incidental, clarified what matters, which communities, which histories, which voices had been marginalized and which had been centered, and what it might mean to move through the world with a different set of intentions. Into 2021, Beyoncé's presence in the culture continues to operate on multiple registers simultaneously. There are by this point enough dimensions to her public work: the music, the films, the fashion, the philanthropy through Baygood, the business holdings including her streaming deals and her Ivy Park athletic wear line, that she functions less as a single artist than as a kind of creative institution, one that is simultaneously responsive to its cultural moment and committed to a set of long-term artistic and ethical projects. The relaunch of Ivy Park in January of 2020, in collaboration with Adidas, had been one of those moments that demonstrated the particular kind of influence she wields in domains adjacent to music. The collection, called Drip 2, had sold out within hours of its release. But the commercial success is almost secondary to the cultural statement. The imagery used to promote the collection positions Black women of different body types and skin tones at the center of athletic aesthetic culture, an intervention into a space that has historically marginalized those bodies, delivered with the authoritative calm of someone who does not require permission. The Grammy Awards ceremony in March of 2021 becomes another historical marker. Beyoncé arrives at the ceremony with 9 nominations. She has been here before, nominated more than any other woman in Grammy history, but the night carries unusual anticipation. She wins 4 awards, bringing her total to 28 Grammy wins, making her the most decorated woman in Grammy history. The wins include Best R&B Performance for Black Parade and Best Music Video for Brown Skin Girl, from The Lion King, The Gift, featuring Saint JHN and Wizkid, with her daughter Blue Ivy Carter, who is 9 years old, credited as a featured artist and Grammy co-winner. The image of Blue Ivy as the second youngest Grammy winner in history is not merely a charming footnote to the ceremony. It is, in the context of everything Beyoncé has been building across this period, a deeply legible symbol. The child born into this family, raised in proximity to this level of creative discipline and cultural ambition, has already made her first contribution to the official record of American popular music. The lineage continues. The inheritance is being transferred, not as something passive or automatic, but as something cultivated, earned, celebrated. Blue Ivy Carter, at 9, is already part of the story. There is a particular quality to the years between 2018 and 2021 when viewed as a whole, a sense of a creative project expanding its scope in every direction simultaneously, while remaining coherent at its center. The center, which never shifts, is the idea that Black life, Black culture, Black excellence, Black joy, Black grief, Black beauty, are inexhaustibly worthy of serious artistic attention, of the fullest resources and the most rigorous craft, of the kind of mythmaking that a civilization deploys when it wants to remember what it values most. Beyoncé is engaged, across this period, in exactly that kind of mythmaking. The performance at Coachella is a monument. Everything is Love is a testament to regeneration. The Lion King, The Gift, is an act of curatorial generosity directed toward African musical traditions. Black is King is a mythology. Taken together, they constitute something that exceeds the sum of their commercial and critical achievements. A sustained argument, delivered through every available aesthetic means, about what is beautiful and what is worthy and what deserves to be seen. The desert air at Coachella in April of 2018 had carried something electric. That electricity did not dissipate when the performance ended, when the lights went down and the crowds dispersed into the warm California night. It moved outward as energy does, through the culture, through the documentary and the live album, through the Louvre and the Grammys, through the landscapes of Africa rendered in meticulous visual poetry, through the voice of a 9-year-old girl receiving an award that will one day be part of her own story of inheritance and becoming. Beyoncé stands at the end of this period, having added to her own archive some of its most complex and ambitious chapters. But she is not standing still. She is preparing, with the focused deliberateness that has characterized every transition in her career, for whatever comes next. The homecoming is complete. The next journey has already begun. Chapter 10: Renaissance and the Three-Act Era, 2022 to 2026. There is a moment, in the deep architecture of a great piece of music, when the listener stops thinking and simply becomes. The melody dissolves the boundary between the ear and the chest. The beat becomes the heartbeat. The voice becomes the interior monologue you never knew you carried. Beyoncé Giselle Knowles-Carter has spent more than 3 decades engineering those moments, manufacturing them with the precision of a watchmaker and the intuition of a prophet. But in the summer of 2022, something shifts. Something opens. Something arrives that is less a product of careful engineering and more a surrender to a joy so large, so ancient, so communal, that even she, the most controlled artist of her generation, cannot fully contain it. She does not try. That is the revelation. That is the Renaissance. The world is still finding its footing. The pandemic has loosened something in the collective consciousness, rearranged the furniture of ordinary life in ways that are only just becoming visible. People want to move again. They want the particular ecstasy of bodies in a room, of sound that is physical, of rhythm that is not heard but felt in the sternum and the soles of the feet. The clubs had gone silent. The dance floors had gone dark. And in that silence, in that particular grief of a world without collective rhythm, Beyoncé has been listening. Listening to her Uncle Johnny, who taught her what it means to be free on a dance floor. Listening to the deep roots of house music, to the Black and queer communities of Chicago and New York and Detroit, who built an entire architecture of joy out of the raw materials of marginalization and grief. Listening to a tradition that the mainstream had borrowed from and celebrated without always crediting, without always honoring. She is about to honor it. Renaissance arrives on July 29, 2022, and the world does not quite know what to do with it. It is a single body of work, Act 1 she calls it, a declaration of continuation, of more to come, and it runs for 62 minutes across 16 tracks that blur and fold into one another like movements in a symphony, like rooms in a house you do not want to leave. There are no hard stops. The music breathes and pivots and evolves, disco flowering into house, house opening into Baltimore club, softening into something almost ambient before the drums return and the floor drops out from beneath you again. It is, in the simplest and most enormous sense, a dance record. But it is a dance record the way the ocean is wet. The description is accurate and completely insufficient. The opening track, I'm That Girl, sets the coordinates immediately. It is not a boast, in the conventional sense. It is a declaration of arrival from a woman who has never really been away, but who is arriving now in a different register. Looser, more luxuriant, more willing to lean into pleasure for its own sake, rather than as a byproduct of achievement. Her voice moves through the track like smoke through a room, unhurried, inevitable. And then Cozy arrives, and with it the first explicit articulation of what this album is truly about. Comfortable in my skin, she declares. Cozy with who I am. In the context of a career built on transformation, on shape-shifting, on the constant reinvention that the entertainment industry demands, and Beyoncé has always turned back on itself as artistic agency, this comfort is its own kind of revolution. She has chosen her collaborators with the same deliberateness that marks every decision in her creative life. The production credits read like a love letter to the Black and queer underground: Honey Dijon, Syd, Grace Jones, Nile Rodgers, Raphael Saadiq, Todd Terry. These are not trendy additions or strategic partnerships. They are acknowledgments, the settling of a cultural debt that the mainstream has owed for decades. When she samples or interpolates or directly features these architects of underground culture, she is doing something more than making music. She is writing history. She is insisting that the lineage be legible, that the names be remembered, that the roots be traced back to the soil from which they came. Alien Superstar is the track that crystallizes this intention most brilliantly. Built around a sample from the Basement Jaxx record that itself, built on decades of house music tradition, the song is a hall of mirrors, a funhouse of influence and reference that somehow coheres into something entirely new, entirely Beyoncé. She moves through it with an ease that feels, paradoxically, like the most difficult thing she has ever done, because ease is hard, because surrender is hard, because the willingness to be simply and unguardedly joyful requires a courage that armored sophistication does not. Unique, she sings. That's what you are. And it is addressed outward, but it loops back inward as the best songs always do. The critical conversation around Renaissance is immediate and thunderous. It debuts at #1 in more than 50 countries. It accumulates Grammy nominations at a rate that seems almost to embarrass the Recording Academy, which has spent years failing to adequately reckon with her genius in the genre categories that actually reflect what her work is doing. But the conversation that matters most happens not in review columns or on award show stages, it happens on dance floors. In gay bars and ballrooms and underground clubs, the album is received with a recognition that has a different quality from admiration. It is the recognition of being seen, of your culture being named and celebrated by the most famous woman in the world, not as a trend to be appropriated, but as a root system to be honored. She performs none of it live, not yet. The album arrives without a tour announcement, without the conventional machinery of a rollout designed to maximize commercial momentum. It simply exists, fully formed, an offering made without the expectation of immediate reciprocity. This too is a choice. She is teaching the audience how to listen, how to be with the music on its own terms, before she translates it into the spectacle of live performance. Patience has always been one of her instruments. She plays it with the same precision she brings to everything else. The Grammy Awards ceremony of February 2023 becomes one of the defining moments of her public life, and not entirely in the way she might have chosen. She arrives at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, or rather, she does not arrive. She accepts the award for Best Dance Electronic Album remotely, a decision that will later be explained in terms of scheduling, but which in the moment creates a kind of interpretive vacuum that the media fills with speculation. What is not in question is the number. When Renaissance wins Best Dance Electronic Album, Beyoncé becomes the most decorated artist in Grammy history, surpassing Georg Solti's long-standing record with her 32nd win. 32. The number hangs in the air of the arena with the weight of something that cannot quite be processed in real time. A black woman from Houston, Texas, trained in the unforgiving school of the music industry's most demanding expectations, has become the single most recognized artist in the history of the institution's highest honors. The magnitude of it requires more than a single evening to absorb. But she is already moving. Already listening for the next thing, the next frequency, the next dimension of a project she has announced in advance. Act 1 was Renaissance. Act 2 is already forming in the registers that most people cannot yet hear. It begins with a whisper. A single, released on February 11, 2024, that lands in the cultural conversation with the disorienting force of something that should not work and works completely. Texas Hold'em is a country song. Or rather, and this distinction will come to matter enormously, it is a Beyoncé song that happens to exist in the country idiom, which is a different thing entirely. Steel guitar and banjo, and a melody that sits in the chest like a warm afternoon in late September. Her voice, always capable of infinite registers, finds something here that sounds like a homecoming. Not a performance of country. Not an approximation of country. A genuine inhabiting of a form that her ancestry helped to build. Because this is the historical truth that Texas Hold'em makes impossible to ignore, country music was not born white. It emerged from the confluence of African American blues and spirituals with Appalachian folk traditions, from the fiddle music of enslaved people, from the work songs of the American South. The Black presence at the root of country music is not a revisionist claim. It is simply history that the Nashville establishment spent decades papering over, that the radio programmers and the award shows and the commercial machinery of country music conspired, consciously or not, to render invisible. When Beyoncé enters that space, she is not crashing a party she was not invited to. She is walking back into a house her people helped to build. The response from the country establishment is mixed in ways that are themselves illuminating. Some embrace her immediately, hearing in Texas Hold'em exactly what it is. A beautifully constructed country song by an artist operating at the peak of her powers. Others hesitate, their hesitation revealing more about the cultural gatekeeping that defines the genre than about any deficiency in the music itself. Radio stations in certain markets are slow to add the song to their playlists, and when they do, the conversations around those decisions make the underlying dynamics explicit in a way that is uncomfortable and clarifying in equal measure. Beyoncé says nothing. The music speaks with a patience that silence amplifies. Texas Hold'em debuts at number 1 on the Billboard Hot Country Songs chart, making Beyoncé the first Black woman to achieve that position. The first. In a genre that exists because of Black musical innovation. The statistic is extraordinary and appalling in precisely the same breath, and she wears both qualities without comment, letting the number do the work that words would diminish. Cowboy Carter arrives on March 29, 2024, and it is the most ambitious thing she has ever made, which is a sentence that requires a moment to sit with given what she has previously made. It is not an album that argues for Beyoncé's right to be in country music. That argument would concede too much to the gatekeepers, would accept their framework as the one within which she must operate. Instead, Cowboy Carter simply exists as itself, a work so vast and so deeply researched and so sonically adventurous that the question of whether it belongs in country music becomes irrelevant. It defines its own genre. It creates its own tradition, and then inhabits it fully, and then invites the listener to trace the roots of that tradition back through American musical history to the places where the official story stops and the true story begins. The album features collaborators who span the full range of what American roots music actually encompasses: Willie Nelson, Dolly Parton, Linda Martell, whose Color Him Father in 1969 made her the first Black woman to have a number 1 on the country charts, a piece of history that Beyoncé recovers and restores with the care of an archivist and the love of a daughter. The presence of these artists is not decorative. They are evidence. They are the through line, the visible thread connecting what Beyoncé is doing now to what Black artists were doing in country music long before the genre's commercial interests decided that the face of country music should look a certain way. Jolene arrives and rewrites itself. Dolly Parton's original is a plea, a woman begging another woman not to take her man, vulnerability rendered as melody. Beyoncé's version is something else, a warning, a declaration of consequence. The woman speaking in this version is not afraid. She is informing. The same melody, the same name, an entirely different power dynamic, and in that difference, a whole essay about female agency and the evolution of how women narrate their own stories. Dolly Parton herself blesses the reimagining with the grace of an artist secure enough in her own legacy to celebrate what someone else does with it. 16 Carriages is perhaps the most quietly devastating thing on the album, a meditation on the cost of ambition, on the childhood that gets sacrificed to the dream, on the peculiar loneliness of becoming the thing you work to become and looking back at what the work consumed. She was 15 when she first left home in any meaningful sense. 51 when she wrote this song, or somewhere close to it. The space between those two numbers is where the song lives, and it is vast, and it is honest in a way that her music has not always permitted itself to be. There is grief here. Real grief. And the willingness to let the listener witness it without softening it, or resolving it into triumph, is itself a kind of artistic maturity that takes a long time to arrive at. Cowboy Carter wins the Grammy for Album of the Year at the ceremony in February 2025, and this time she is present. She stands on the stage with the weight of 35 career Grammy wins behind her, and the peculiar clarity that comes from having finally received, in the genre category that most honestly reflects what the work was doing, the recognition that the Recording Academy owes her and has historically been slow to offer. Her speech is measured and precise, as her speeches always are, gratitude and acknowledgement and the naming of names, the insistence on credit flowing to the right people. But underneath the precision there is something else, something that the camera catches in the moment before she begins to speak. A stillness that is not composure but completion. A woman who knows exactly what she has done and what it means, and does not need anyone else's validation of that knowledge, even as she accepts the award that validates it. The Cowboy Carter Tour launches in the spring of 2024 and extends through 2025, becoming one of the highest-grossing concert tours in history. The staging is a dissertation on American history, told through spectacle, the sets and costumes and choreography working together to recreate and reclaim and reimagine the visual iconography of the American West and the American South, stripping away the mythology that has served to exclude Black Americans from the stories those images tell and replacing it with something closer to truth. Cowboys were disproportionately Black and Mexican. The rodeo has deep roots in African American culture. The banjo is an African instrument. She puts all of this on stage, night after night, in front of audiences who are experiencing it as entertainment and absorbing it as education without necessarily knowing that that is what is happening. The performances themselves defy the ordinary vocabulary of concert description. She moves through the material with a physical command that seems to exist outside the normal constraints of human endurance. The precision of the choreography, the unwavering power of the vocal delivery, the capacity to fill a stadium with an intimacy that feels impossible at that scale. Dancers and musicians surround her with an ensemble energy that elevates everyone on stage, reflecting her long-standing commitment to creating conditions in which talent around her can rise rather than simply orbit. She has always understood that the measure of a leader is not the distance maintained between themselves and others, but the altitude to which they lift the people in proximity to them. By 2025, the full shape of the Renaissance trilogy is becoming visible. Act 1 charted the underground roots of Black and queer musical culture. Act 2 reclaimed the American roots that country music had borrowed without acknowledgement. Act 3, which she has been quietly building, the way she builds everything, in the space behind the silence, is arriving with the accumulating force of something that has been in motion for a long time. The whispers about Act 3 begin in late 2025 and carry through the first months of 2026. There are no official announcements, no strategic leaks. There are patterns, visual references on social media that her most devoted followers, the Beehive, a community of listeners whose collective intelligence and emotional investment constitute one of the more remarkable phenomena in contemporary music fandom, parse with the intensity of cryptographers working on a message of unusual importance. Colors and symbols and images that reference aspects of her biography and cultural heritage that have not yet been the subject of extended musical treatment. What has not been fully explored in the discography that spans from the girl group to the global colossus is the full depth of her Houston roots, the Third Ward, the Southern Black cultural traditions that shaped her before the industry got its hands on her, the specific texture of a girlhood spent in a city that is simultaneously the fourth largest in America and one of the most overlooked in the cultural geography of the country. There is something there. Something about origins and return. Something about the woman who left and the woman who comes back. She is also, in this period, engaged in a reckoning with legacy that is different from the one she has always practiced. The projects of her middle career were about proving, to the industry, to the critics, to the audience, perhaps to herself, that she could be taken seriously as an artist and not merely celebrated as an entertainer. That argument has been made so thoroughly and won so completely that it no longer needs to be made. What remains is something else, the question of what the art is for at this stage, in this chapter, with this particular accumulation of experience and loss and joy and survival behind her. Jay-Z is with her through all of it, the marriage having survived its public crucible, and arrived somewhere that looks, from the outside, like the specific piece of two people who know each other completely and have chosen each other anyway. The children are growing. Blue Ivy, who appeared on Lemonade at age 4 and is now old enough to have her own musical instincts, her own sense of what it means to grow up inside this particular legacy. The twins, Rumi and Sir, approaching school age, beginning to understand the shape of the world they were born into. She moves through motherhood with the same intentionality she brings to everything else, and the experience of it has seeped into the music in ways both obvious and subtle. Blue Ivy's voice appears on Cowboy Carter, as it appeared on Renaissance, as it appeared on the Lion King soundtrack. A presence that is both artistic collaboration and something more personal, the sound of a mother wanting her daughter to understand that this is where she comes from, that this is her inheritance, that she belongs inside this tradition as surely as Beyoncé belongs inside it. The gesture is generous, and it is also practical. It is how culture is transmitted. It is how legacies are built. The Grammys of 2026 add to the tally in a way that has by now entered a different register of discourse. The question is no longer whether Beyoncé will win, but how many times the record she already holds will be extended. The conversation around the awards has shifted too. There is more honesty now about the institutional failures that allowed so many years to pass before the Recording Academy found its way to adequately honoring what she was doing. The dialogue about race and genre, and the ways in which the industry's categories have functioned to limit and contain Black artists, is more explicit, more sustained, more willing to name what has been happening. She did not start that conversation. But her career is, at this point, its most comprehensive and irrefutable evidence. What she is building in 2026 is something that resists easy description, which may be why she has not yet described it. She has always been better at making the thing than at talking about the thing, and the talking has always been somewhat beside the point. The music does what it does to the body, and the emotions and the historical imagination, and the analysis trails behind, doing its best to catch up. The architecture of the three-act structure she has established for this period of her career is itself a kind of argument, an argument against the industry's preference for individual albums as discrete commercial events in favor of a conception of art making as extended, cumulative, interconnected meaning-making. She is not making records. She is writing a book in chapters across years, with the patience of a novelist who understands that the full meaning of a story cannot be known until the story is complete. In this sense, the Renaissance trilogy is the most mature artistic statement she has made, more mature than Lemonade, which was arguably more emotionally raw and more immediately legible in its personal narrative. The trilogy is playing a longer game. It is doing the work of cultural archaeology and historical reclamation and personal synthesis at the same time, each act building on the last, each chapter adding dimension to a portrait that is only fully visible when you step back far enough to see the whole. She is 44 years old in 2026. She has been a professional performer for 30 years. She has sold more than 200 million records worldwide. She has won more Grammy Awards than any artist in the history of the institution. She has made films and launched fashion lines, and built a production company, and raised 3 children, and survived the public exposure of private pain, and transformed that pain into art that has moved and sustained and accompanied millions of people through their own private struggles. She has done all of this in an industry that has historically undervalued and undercompensated and underprotected Black women, in a culture that has historically demanded more from Black women than it has ever been willing to give back. And yet, what is most striking about Beyoncé in 2026 is not the accumulation. It is the aliveness. The sense that the work is still generative, still surprising, still capable of going somewhere she and her audience have not been before. The sense that the woman who stood on a stage at the NRG Stadium in Houston at the age of 9, convinced that she was meant for something vast, has not arrived at the destination so much as she has arrived at a new departure point. Equipped now with everything she has learned, and everything she has survived, and everything she has made, ready to make something she could not have imagined then. The music plays. The body moves. The story continues. There is a tradition in the gospel church that Beyoncé grew up adjacent to, the tradition of the ring shout, the oldest African American sacred music practice, in which the congregation moves in a circle, the rhythm building, the voices rising, the boundary between the individual and the community dissolving into something that is neither and both. The ring shout does not have a destination. It does not arrive somewhere and stop. It continues. It renews itself with each revolution. The movement is the point. She has built a career that works like this. Each album a revolution of the circle. Each tour a renewal of the ritual. Each act of the trilogy a deepening of the groove. And somewhere in the groove, if you listen closely enough, if you let your body find the pulse before your mind finds the language, you can hear what she has always been building toward. Not a monument, not a legacy, not a place in the history books, though all of those have arrived and will arrive. What she is building is a frequency, a vibration, a sound that the body recognizes before the mind does, that reaches back through the lineage of Black American music to the places where joy and grief and resistance and love first found each other and decided to go on together. That sound does not belong to any single genre. It does not fit inside any single award category. It cannot be fully contained by any single artist's biography, even an artist whose biography is as enormous as hers. It is bigger than Beyoncé. It has always been bigger. She knows this. It is, perhaps, the thing she knows most deeply, that she is a vessel for something older and larger than herself, and that the work of her life has been to be as worthy of that responsibility as a human being, with all the limitations and contradictions and gorgeous imperfections that human beings carry, can possibly be. She is still becoming. That is the last and most important thing. After 3 decades, after 35 Grammy wins, After 200 million records and 5 world tours, and a trilogy that rewrote the terms of what a pop music statement can be and do, she is still becoming. The next sound is already forming in the silence between the songs. The next chapter is already alive in the place where her intuition lives. Before it becomes language, before it becomes music, before it becomes the thing that will arrive in the world and change it in the ways that things change the world, when they are made with this much love and this much craft and this much insistence on the truth. Listen. It is coming. You have just completed the audiobook edition of Beyoncé, Sound, Style, and Power. The story we have traveled through is not one of accidental stardom or inevitable destiny. It is a testament to the compounding power of relentless craft, uncompromising intentionality, and a lifelong devotion to the sacred seriousness of performance. From a 7-year-old girl catching a rhythm in a Houston dance class to a mother standing center stage at the world's grandest spectacles, her life has been a continuous process of becoming. We have witnessed a transformation from a meticulously trained pop vocalist into a sovereign cultural auteur. Through the decades, she has consistently used her platform as a canvas and a catalyst, giving voice to the interior complexities of Black womanhood, forcing institutional gatekeepers to reckon with historical erasures, and lifting up entire generations of creators in her orbit. She has survived the cruelties of the entertainment complex, navigated the public exposure of private grief, and answered every cycle of doubt by expanding the boundaries of what an artist is allowed to say, do, and mean. In doing so, she has moved past the category of entertainer and entered the realm of mythmaking, leaving behind a permanent archive of resilience, joy, and structural change. As the final notes of this chronicle settle, the baseline she established remains the new reality against which all modern art will be measured. The legacy is secure, the inheritance is passing to a new generation, and the frequency she introduced to the world continues to vibrate through the culture. The music changes, the body moves, and the circle renews itself. The story is ongoing. Thank you for listening.